Peace and blessings, family. Peace and blessings. Let's make sure everything is good before we get started. Let's make sure the audio and the video is good. Let me know if it's good or if there's any issues. Let me know what the problem is before we get started. Should be good, but want to make sure. And while we're waiting to get some feedback to see that the stream is good, I am just setting up the blog talk. All right, let's see. Okay, everybody's saying it is good. All right. Let me go ahead. I'll call in the blog talk. We'll get started.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please.
To start your show now, press 1.
Your show is scheduled to start in 14 seconds. Your show will go live in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Blog Talk Radio.
So the Most High is going to stop the flowing of the people going into that country. Read.
Jeremiah chapter 51, the end of verse 44. Yea, the wall of Babylon shall fall. Verse 45. My people, go ye out of the midst.
Hold up, read that again.
My people, go ye out of the midst.
I think within this chapter, he said flee and get out of her around 3-4 times. Right? Read.
My people, go ye out of the midst of her, and deliver ye every man his soul from the fierce anger of the Most High Ahiah. And lest your heart faint, and ye fear for the rumor that shall be heard in the land. A rumor shall both come 1 year, and after that in another year shall come a rumor. And
wars and rumors of wars. You hearing about it, and because it's not happening, you think it's not going to happen. Read.
Verse 46, end of verse 46. And violence in the land, ruler against ruler. Verse 47. Therefore, behold, the days come that I will do judgment upon the graven images of Babylon, and her whole land shall be confounded, and all her slain shall fall in the midst of her. Then the heaven and the earth, and all that is therein, shall sing for Babylon, for the spoiler shall come up unto her from the north, saith the Most High Ahiah. As Babylon hath caused the slain of Israel to fall, so as Babylon shall fall the slain of all the earth. Ye that have escaped the sword, go away, stand not still. Remember the Most High Ahiah afar off, and let Jerusalem come into your mind.
Listen to this clear. Ye that have escaped the sword, that means you escaped the destruction that's coming to Babylon, go away and stand not still. So when you leave, remember the power or the God, Ahiah, afar off, and let Jerusalem come into your mind. That's looking forward, not looking back. Now let Jerusalem come into your mind. She's finished. Right? Read.
Verse 51. 31. We are confounded because we have heard reproach. Shame has covered our faces, for strangers are coming to the sanctuary of the Lord's house.
Strangers have destroyed us. Strangers have destroyed our sanctuary, our belief. They destroyed our understanding so that we cannot connect to our God. They've given us their gods. Baal, Baal, Satan, the dragon, Moloch. These are the gods we've been worshiping ignorantly. Jesus, Zeus. Okay, we ain't know nobody named Jesus. Total madness. And then when we wake up and understand these things, we say, well, hold up. I'm a stranger here. You dragged me here. And the Most High starts reviving us. They be like, okay, we have one who's the extremist. You're a terrorist. Read on.
Jeremiah chapter 51, verse 52. Wherefore, behold, the days come, saith the Most High Ahia, that I will do judgment upon her graven images.
He's going to destroy all your images and your idols. And man, if you even look at Washington, D.C., it's idol after idol, monuments of idols, obelisks, which is man's personal member. That's what an obelisk is. What's that, the Washington Monument? Idols every place. 5-pointed stars every place. But what if some did not believe? So what if you don't believe what we're teaching you? Paul asked, so what if some did not believe? Shall your unbelief make the faith of God without effect? You mean the Most High is going to stop his whole program because you don't believe something? No, you're dead. That's what you are. Okay, his program was before us, and it will be well after us. And that's for the people that's walking out there and say, well, there's wars all the time. There've always been these situations. Every few years this happens. Nothing is going to change. That's a dead man.
Shabbat Shalom, Barakatham, Wathawada, peaceful Sabbath. Bless you all, and thank you for tuning in to another live stream of Friday Night Sabbath, coming out of Babylon here for the Gathering of Christ Church, where we connect the dots of our reality and current events with the Word of God and Bible prophecy. It is 7:21 p.m. Central Standard Time, May 31st, 2024, last day of May, June about to start, and I pray that you brothers and sisters out there are doing well. Your week has been blessed, and that the beginning of your Sabbath, if it's not already started, is going well also. All right. Want to give all praise, honor, and glory to the Godhead, the Elohim, whom some may know as the Elohim, the God, the Father, God, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, or the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, whose names in the Hebrew, the Father's name is Ahiah, his Son, whom the world calls Jesus Christ, his name is Yeshaya, and the Holy Spirit is Rawak in the Hebrew. And I want to give all praise, honor, and glory for being here, to make it to another weekly Sabbath. Man, it is so crazy out here with everything from the weather to the economy to social and political things. I mean, it is a blessing to make it week in and week out to see a weekly Sabbath. All right, as we are going into the seventh day here in my time zone. Friday night to Saturday night is the Sabbath day, the seventh day of the week. All right. Also, definitely a blessing to be here for another live stream of coming out of Babylon. All right. It's not always promised that we're going to be here, whether it be just having breath or so many different challenges going on in personal life when it comes to, work life, maintaining the churches and the workload and, dealing with the pasture of the Most High. It's always a lot going on. So to be here before you, can never take that for granted. And I hope you brothers and sisters don't take that for granted also. And good to see you all here As always, you all show a lot of support, and the broadcast wouldn't be what it is without your attendance here. So thank you for that. Before we get started, because boy, do we have a lot to unpack and go through for this live stream with so much happening in our reality right now. Let us go ahead and get the title for tonight's broadcast. Our title for today is Remember When the World Went Crazy. Remember when the world went crazy. All right. So a lot going on there with that thumbnail. And we're going to go through so much within what you saw there visually and more, if it be the Lord's will. But before we do, let's go ahead and get some announcements before we get started. Let everybody know we are streaming live this evening, coming out of Babylon. Let them know where we are. We are here on Twitch. Okay, twitch.tv/GOCC Southwest is the URL. Any address bar of any browser should get you here by typing that in. You can also view us through the Twitch app. So the Twitch app can be downloaded from the App Store through your device. And you can search GOCC Southwest, and you should find our channel here broadcasting. Okay. We are also multicasting through Blog Talk. blogtalkradio.com. The guest caller number you see below me there, 515-605-9327. And you can simply press the number 1. Press the number 1 if you would like to speak. All right, that'll raise your hand in the call queue. I'll see you there, and I'll bring you in. I'll check periodically throughout the stream to see who may want to chime in. Okay. And so that's for the live stream. As far as our main hub channel, youtube.com/GOCC Southwest. Make sure you're subscribed there. That way, anything for Friday nights, you'll be notified there. If we go live, you should get the notification. If we put a scheduled stream out, you should see the notification there. Some of our videos from the past are there, but YouTube is steadily scrubbing and removing videos from the past as their guidelines and their community rules change. They constantly send me emails and say, we're sorry to tell you, but we just removed one of your videos. So most of our backup content is on our Odyssey channel. So this particular live stream you're watching now will only be here for 7 days, for a week, and then Twitch removes it off of their platform. Twitch does not keep a archive database. Okay. Our Odyssey channel, odyssey.com, and then GOCC Southwest. Okay. I typically put all the links in the description boxes of all our videos. If you go to our YouTube channel where it has our links, on our main channel homepage, you should see the Odyssey link. You click on that, it'll take you over. You'll see all the archive videos. Also, I typically will take all of the videos, articles that we spoke about during the stream. I'll put them in the description box of the archive video, so you have all the resources there that you can click on for reference. Okay, because of time, I can't give out those links while we're going. I'm trying to get through the information. So much to go through. So I tend to do that after we finish the stream. Okay. And other than that, I think GOCC Media. GOCC Media on YouTube. The GOCC Media on YouTube. We also have our Friday nights once a month where we do discuss health, fitness, and nutrition. All things health, fitness, and nutrition related for GOCC Fit. We just finished our discussion on all things fats. One of the most important videos, whether it be coming out of the Babylon or our GOCC Fit, I believe that we've done as far as the when you look at the benefits of understanding and knowing the right fats to have in your diet versus how detrimental it is to our health, possibly even one of the main killers of our health with the wrong fats. And the reason why you're seeing this huge uptick in obesity and heart attacks and strokes and high blood pressure and diabetes, all because of having the wrong fats in our diet, which here in America, we supersede any other country because of the way that they process our foods and how they cook and prepare our foods, primarily with the fried foods and things like that, the different types of fats that they're using, oils. So make sure you check that out. We'll be discussing more when it comes to the dangers of the bad fats and continuing to stress the good fats that we should have in our diets. Okay. And then just to add in with the GOCC Fit, we also have our GOCC Health Initiative.
90 seconds.
That shouldn't be. How did that happen? Oh, well, let me. I'll work on the blog talk while we go through these announcements here. I didn't get the settings changed. That's okay.
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio. Goodbye.
I'll set it up again. So, speaking of health, all right, we have our GOCC Health Initiative. GOCC Health Initiative, where what we're looking to do is all those who are baptized members of our church who have any type of health credentials, whether it be in the medical field or the holistic field, send us an email if you would like to join the GOCC Health Initiative, where we are looking to bring back the health of our community. Okay, looking to help bring back the health of our community through the natural way, which the Most High created for us to have our health through diet, exercise, herbs, as well as having those in the medical field help us to navigate that system and that world, because a lot of us have access to it, and there are still certain things that we can get from it that is good, but we need the expertise to help us to navigate the do's and don'ts, the good and the bad of that world. So the GOCC Health Initiative is to do that plus so much more. Send an email to gocchealth@gmail.com if you would like to join the GOCC Health Initiative. All right. We also have the GOCC Royal Gala coming up. I believe we still have tickets for that for those who would like to participate with that. It's Augusta, Georgia. The dates are June the 7th and 8th. Okay, we have everything from a health symposium to financial symposium. We have a Samson play. We have a gold and white Hebrew ball, a vendor's day on Friday. Just a huge opportunity for us to come together and continue to build our community. All right, we're calling it Black Wall Street 2.0. The ability for us to use our community and build from within and support each other in the products and services that we provide, as well as learning, educating ourselves on survival. All right, survival in such a challenging world and challenging time to live in. Okay. So make sure you go to gatheringgchrist.org. That is our website for our church, where you can find out more about the Royal Gala. Okay. Also on the Gathering of Christ Church website, we have our Hebrew calendar. We have the GOCC network, right? It's new and revamped. So if you haven't seen the new website, go over there and check it out. You can also get to the Hebrew and Bible Academy from there. Or you can simply go to historytimes.org if you would like to find out more about the Hebrew and Bible Academy. Everything from the latest news to learning the Hebrew to biblical foundational lessons. I believe this Sunday we have Surviving Through Jacob's Trouble. Okay, very, very important that we understand Jacob's trouble and the fact that we are going to be tested beyond our comprehension when it comes to survival here in these last days, and how the powers that shouldn't be are looking to do everything they can to eliminate us, you know, out of the earth. So we need to go ahead and make sure that we are understanding these things, right, for our sustainment sake. All right. And I'm just setting up the new Blog Talk feed here. So I believe that is all the announcements for the church. That is all the announcements. Okay, I didn't select one single option, just one option I left off here on the Blog Talk, and it did not go but for 15 minutes. But I'm going to set up a new Blog Talk, so if you would like to call in, press the number 1. All right, let me see here. I need to call in myself. Oh, well, I have reached the limit. Let me see. It says I have reached the limit that I can create. Let me see if I can delete this. If not, then we will proceed without the Blog Talk. Okay, I think that worked. Yes, that works. So my apologies for that. Like I said, there's a million and one things that you have to be on point with when it comes to navigating through all of the setup here.
Welcome to Blog Talk.
To start your show now, press 1.
Your show is scheduled to start in 20 seconds.
All right, so the Blog Talk line is open. You see the guest caller number there. If you would like to speak anytime, call in, press 1. I will check periodically to see who's...
Your show will go live in 5
queue.
seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Blog Talk Radio.
All right, so there it goes. Feel free to call in at any time. But let us go ahead and get started because we are behind the time a little bit here. But let's go ahead and get started and get the title one more time for our live stream and what we'll be talking about this evening. What is our title? Remember when the world went crazy. Remember when the world went crazy. So a lot of people may be kind of wondering about the title, but as you can see, a lot going on there visually with the imagery. And some people may be even, those from the old school might be familiar with the term, remember when the world went crazy. A lot of people coined that phrase back in 1985 at the height or the highest point of the crack epidemic in the black neighborhood, the black community, with all the craziness going on with the fiends, just based out on crack, right? You have your drug dealers riding down the street, old school rides, hitting switches, right? 20-inch rims, Dayton's, gold spoke rims. loud music, speakers, everything bumping. At the same time that we're balling out, we're killing our community, and you just see people walking around like zombies. But when we talk about remember when the world went crazy and where we are right now in our reality will make 1985 pale in comparison to what I believe is happening right now in our reality. And that's what we're going to be discussing for our live stream today, as well as following up where we left off in our previous coming out of Babylon and during the collapse of America with all this craziness going on, right? We must endure throughout all of this craziness. You wake up every day, you wake up tired. Maybe you didn't get a lot of sleep, or maybe you didn't get the best sleep. Our food isn't the same, so you're not getting the same nourishment, the same energy. We're being bombarded in our environment with all type of toxins, everywhere. And so, our bodies going through a serious fight and battle. You got the spiritual warfare out here in what we know in America to be Babylon. Okay, what does the Bible say about Babylon in the book of Revelation, chapter 18, when it talks about her? It says that she is the habitation of devils, that she has fallen, and is the hold of every foul spirit and cage of every unclean and hateful bird, which means demons. All the demons have come home to roost here in America. So the spiritual warfare that we're dealing with is on an unprecedented, out of this world level. Okay. And unfortunately, for a lot of us, this is where we're born, and it's, you can't just pick up and just leave and go to another country, even though it's become a lot easier in our time, modern time, to do that. But still, we know the scripture says that we must flee her physically, but the time isn't yet to flee her physically. Prepare the way? Yes. Lots of preparations happening. Preparations where you are locally, okay, as well as preparations abroad are happening to prepare a way. Both preparations we're doing and then preparations that are happening, outside of our control that are preparing the way. But in the meantime, while we're here, we must make the best of a bad situation, living in the worst empire. Okay. The greatest, infamous, right? Greatest and worst empire of all time. Okay. When I say worst, I mean the worst place to live. Somebody might say, well, what, America is the golden city. Everybody wants to live. Everybody wants to be in America. Well, when you look at the reality in its full totality, not just the slapping a wig and lipstick on a pig and trying to make it look beautiful, right? There's which is what they've done with America. When you peel back that wig and you take that lipstick and you see, oh, that's a pig, right? That's swine. That's America. Okay. A swine wallowing in the pig mire. That's America. All right. And when you look at our, you look at American culture, you look at the American environment, the landscape, and you just go back. I mean, not even 10, 15 years ago, but definitely when you go back decades and you look at what America was then and you look at what America is today, it's night and day difference. America has totally changed. It's becoming a third world country right before our very eyes. And it leads us to where we are with our conversation for this live stream. Remember when the world went crazy. Now, we know the world is all the whole earth, but you have to start with America because, of course, the scriptures tell us all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication. So what is in America's cup, right? Craziness is in that cup. Okay, so all the nations have now drunk of this cup, and it's dry, and the whole world is coming into craziness. However, there is one key place in the earth right now that is the main insane asylum. Okay, there's one place in America that is there's one place in the world that is the circus, above and beyond any place else in this earth. That's America. Okay, so, and we'll ask the question. All right, is America an insane asylum? Is it a circus? Is it crazy? That and more in our live stream this evening. Before we get into some scriptures here, let's get some definition here for this term, crazy. Right? As we remember, and when we look back, will we remember this point in time to say this is when the world went crazy? Okay. When America went over the edge in sanity, okay, America lost all its sanity. Is that when the world went crazy? So here we are, dictionary.com.
Crazy.
Crazy. What do we have here for definitions? Well, we have mentally deranged, demented, insane. Got some synonyms here. Lunatic. All right. Crazed. What else do we have? Informal, unpredictable, unconforming, or odd. We also have unusual, bizarre, singular. We have more here. Senseless, nonsensical, totally unsound, full-heartedly, imprudent, foolish, extremely busy, hectic, chaotic. I mean, is this giving any of you all a glimpse into American culture and American reality right now when you look at and you examine America in its totality? I'm not necessarily saying, you go outside. Maybe some of you all live in a nice neighborhood. You go outside, everything's quiet and seems normal. Okay. But when we cut on the TV or we cut on the social media, does it seem normal? Or does it seem extremely busy, hectic, and chaotic? We talk about American reality right now and what we're seeing happening within the earth, on the whole world now. What else do we have here? We also have very enamored or infatuated. So this word crazy means a lot of different things. And I think pretty much all of these adjectives and synonyms we can use when describing crazy. Intensely anxious or eager, impatient. Very annoyed, frustrated, or bothered. Having an unusual, unexpected, or random quality, behavior, result, pattern. Okay. You also have some slang, crazy can also mean good, if it's using a slang term. It also means weak, infirm, or sickly. Right? Let's see, what else do we have here? Here's the adverb. Extremely, and we also have the word here, madly. Madly or mad. Right? As in madness. What else do we have here? Anything else here? We have the crazies, a sense of extreme unease, nervousness, or panic, extreme jitters. So now we can kind of understand why 1985, when you have the crack epidemic running rampant through the black community, why at that time people would say, this is crazy. This is insane to see our people in this state on crack. And then you fast forward to today and you see the fentanyl epidemic. You see the opioid epidemic, and you see people 100 times worse on those drugs now than what you would have seen with people who we would call crackheads. Okay. So are we seeing all of that and more in our reality now, and what is to come is what we want to examine. We're dealing with this word crazy. Let's go to this word here, madly here. Mad. Okay, these are words and terms we want to remember. Okay. Insanely or wildly. Wild. With desperate haste or intensity, furiously. Okay, they just released a movie recently called Furiosa. Some of you may have seen it. Comes to mind when I think of furiously. We also have foolishly. These are words we want to remember as we go through our information tonight. Okay, wildly, foolishly. Okay. When someone is mad, meaning they've lost their mind, right? How about we go back to if we go to crazy, and we're going to get the synonyms. For crazy. What do we have? Cuckoo, berserk, lunatic, silly, wacky, psycho, flipped out. We have cracked. Okay, so we even see the word cracked out, right? Mad as a hatter, mad as a March hare, right? We talked about March Madness. Also going to go in line with what we're talking about and tying into the title of Remember When the World Went Crazy. Of course, when you talk about a lunatic, you're talking about somebody who's moonstruck. We have recently had a solar eclipse, right? What is the ritual that's been done in the aftermath of that solar eclipse? What state mentally and psychologically has it left this world in? Nutty as a fruitcake, out of one's mind, screw loose, screwy, unhinged. Okay, so a lot of different words there, and just wanted to make sure I got that before we go into some scriptures now to see, okay, what does the scripture say about these times that could maybe have us draw a parallel to when we talk about remembering when the world went crazy. Let us go to the book of 2nd Esdras chapter 16 in our King James Version Apocrypha, right? And we're going to go to verse 17 here. 2nd Esdras 16 verse 17 says, woe is me, who will deliver me in those days? So woe is destruction or a warning, right? An OMG moment, right? Out of my mind, a crazy moment in your mind. You're trying to keep your sanity. Like with all of what you're seeing and experience, who is going to deliver me out of this madness, this insanity, right? It says here, verse 18, the beginning of sorrows and great mournings, the beginning of famine and great death, the beginning of wars, and the power shall stand in fear, the beginning of evils. What shall I do when these evils shall come? So now you can understand hearing all of that, why it's such woe, why it's so crazy. Okay. Verse 19, behold, famine and plague, tribulation and anguish are sent as scourges for amendment. But for all these things they shall not turn from their wickedness, nor be always mindful of the scourges. Verse 21, behold, victual shall be good, so good sheep upon earth, that they shall think themselves to be in good case. Even then shall evils grow upon the earth, sword, famine, and great confusion. So can you, brothers and sisters, understand that in a time of all this happening, which only, ends with you being left in great confusion, that I would believe that using the word crazy would be an understatement to describe the scene, okay, to describe the reality, great confusion. But let's get a little bit more deeper on why Esdras is so out of his mind, you would think, trying to keep it, keep himself together. And with just a vision, he's being sent. He's not living this. This is just visionary, vision that he's seeing that's having him come to this state of mind. Well, what about those of us that would actually live through the vision that he beheld, right? Let's go now to the pseudepigrapha text, extra biblical text, and we're going to go to 2nd Baruch, or the Apocalypse of Baruch. And we're going to start here, chapter 25. It reads, and he answered and said unto me, thou too shalt be preserved till that time, till that sign which the Most High will work for the inhabitants of the earth in the end of days. This therefore shall be the sign. So what shall be the sign in the end days? When a stupor shall seize the inhabitants of the earth. So now let's get the definition for what is a stupor. What is a stupor?
Stupor.
Suspension or great diminution of sensibility, as in disease or as caused by narcotics, intoxicants, etc. So typically when you're in a stupor, it would come from you being out of your mind from drugs or a disease, right? Something that would be caused by narcotics, intoxicants, again, going back to 1985, when they used this term, when the world went crazy because of the crack epidemic, right, at its apex in the black community. It also has mental torpor, apathy, stupefaction. Okay, we have some synonyms here: daze, lethargy, inertia. What else do we have for this definition of stupor? Let's get some synonyms here for stupor. As in daze, unconsciousness, coma, slumber, trance. Now, I don't know how many of you all out there, maybe some of us can relate, family members have, and it's sad to say, crackheads in your family. Or maybe you've lived in a place where you are familiar with, right, the the nature of dealing with a crackhead, right? Would you say that when they're on that crack, maybe even when they come off of it, that they're in a state of a trance, like they're mentally not there? Okay, we have amazement, bewilderment, dullness, hypnosis, insensibility, narcosis, numbness, petrification, sleep. Okay, we can definitely say there's a lot of people out here asleep right now, sleepwalking, stupefaction. All right, so we talk, and again, it can be related to what would happen to somebody who is on drugs. Typically, drugs, it would be a chemical, a chemical reaction to the drugs that you've taken that would leave you typically in this state. But what happens when it's not an actual physical drug? But we talk about that cup from the great whore, right? Babylon, that cup where all nations have become drunk off of her wine. And now the world is in a stupor, primarily the American citizens who are drinking from that cup or in this state of stupor. So this is what the world, according to Second Baruch, we were told would fall into. It would be a sign that we're at the end, when a stupor shall seize the inhabitants of the earth. Right? And they shall fall into many tribulations, just like we read in Second Esdras. And again, when they shall fall into great torments. Okay, so the world falling into a place of madness, insanity, okay, amazement, astonishment, bewilderment. Okay, woe is me, woe is me. You can't even fathom in your mind what is going on. Right? And so when I ask the question, I'm asking, will we look back to this moment we're in right now to say, okay, this was the breaking point. This was the time period when we remember when things just went all the way off the rails with what we're seeing happening, right, in our reality. Was this the point we can look back and say, yeah, I remember when the world went crazy. I remember when it was normal. Remember, they told us in 2020, the new normal. I would call that crazy, okay? Because if it's a new normal, that means it's not normal. Well, if it's not normal, then what is it? So they would just use, well, we're not going to call it crazy. We'll just say it's the new normal, right? So yeah, it's become normal, right? Again, stupefied. You become conditioned to it. It says, and it will come to pass when they shall say in their thoughts by reason of their much tribulation. So now in your mind, you're trying to fathom, you're trying to resolve in your mind and trying to make sense of all this. And this is what we would say in our mind: the mighty one doeth no longer remember the earth. Yea, it will come to pass when they abandon hope that the time will then awake. So basically a time of no hope, a time of hopelessness where you feel like you have no power. Okay, there's evil going on in the earth. There's all types of madness, craziness, insanity, evil happening in America. And it's like you have no power to stop it. All you can do is just sit back and watch the circus perform. Right? All you can do is sit back and watch the performers at the circus, which we know when you go to a circus, it's a freak show. It's a bunch of freaks in this show. Chapter 26, verse 1. And I answered and said, will that tribulation, which is to be continue a long time, and will that necessity embrace many years? So Baruch is like, man, how long is this gonna happen? All right. Hopefully this isn't happening very long, because I don't see really nobody surviving through this madness. All right. This craziness when the world goes crazy. Verse 27 verse 1. And he answered and said unto me, into 12 parts is that time divided, and each one of them is reserved for that which is appointed for it. Okay. So now we're going to go through the 12 parts real quick. In the first part, there shall be the beginning of commotion. So that's when things begin to get stirred up. In the second part, there shall be slaying of the great ones. In the third part, the fall of many by death. And in the fourth part, the sending of the sword. And in the fifth part, famine and the withholding of rain. A lot of the stuff we saw Ezra speak about. We've seen Christ speak about it in Matthew 24. And in the sixth part, earthquakes and terrors. The seventh part, wanting, meaning you're out of out of necessity. You're in need, and you don't have it. Okay, out of pocket, and so now you want or you need. And in the eighth part, a multitude of specters and attacks of the Shadim. So the demonic warfare on unprecedented levels. The key to the bottomless pit has been opened. Okay, Abaddon. Opening up the bottomless pit and locusts coming out. Okay, locusts coming out with stingers on their tail like scorpions. And we know that people have been stung by the venom, right? So in this time, we talk about the lockdown, 2020. What came after that? The sting. Now introduce yourself to a whole new realm of specters, ghosts, spirits, what they would call ghosts, right? And in the ninth part, the fall of fire. And in the 10th part, rapine and much oppression. And the 11th part, wickedness and unchastity. And in the 12th part, there goes that confusion. We just read from Esdras. Confusion from the mingling together of all those things aforesaid. So now we know why Esdras said that there will be great confusion, because all these things are going to be mingled together, right? All this madness going on is going to be all mingled together, happening here, happening there, in and out, nonstop. Finishing out here, for these parts of that time are reserved and shall be mingled one with another and minister one to another. For some shall leave out some of their own and receive in its stead from others, and some shall complete their own and that of others, so that those may not understand who are upon the earth in those days that this is the consummation of the times. That is a stupor. All of this happening and nobody is saying to themselves, this is the end of days. We are at the end. With this type of insanity happening, there's no way that this isn't the end, or there's no way that this is normal. Nope. Society, they've become conditioned to it and received it as part of, well, it's just the way it is. So you accept it. You may not necessarily be for it. Okay, and some may be compromised. Not saying that they aren't, because within this, you can be compromised by not speaking out against it and proclaiming to the world that, hey, this stuff was written in scripture and in prophecy, so that we would understand the times and the signs to know what time we are in. Okay, this is our prophetic clock. When we look at our clock and we're trying to read the time or the times. Okay, these are our dials on the clock to tell us what time it is. The same way, okay, when the clock is a certain time, you got to be to work the clock in, or at a certain time, okay, the sun is going to go down or the sun is going to come up, right? These certain times, certain things are happening. Well, it's the same thing that the Most High would do for us in the end, so we would understand what time it is, because the earth has been set in a space of time and space. And there's a clock running. So the Most High wouldn't leave us out in the dark and not understand what time it is and what's going on, right? We would be able to look at it and say the world is at the end because things are no longer normal. Okay? Things have become unhinged and are crazy. Now let's go to Jeremiah chapter 50 now, where it speaks about Babylon. Jeremiah 50 verse 1 reads, and it says here, the judgment on Babylon. Okay. The word that the Lord spake against Babylon and against the land of the Chaldeans by Jeremiah the prophet. So when we come down here, right? Come down here. All this is about Babylon. Jeremiah 50 verse 38 tells us what? A drought is upon her waters, and they shall be dried up, for it is the land of graven images, and they are mad, here goes that word mad, upon their idols. So what is driving this craziness in America? First commandment, have no other gods before me. Okay, we are in a land of graven images, and America is mad upon her idols. Let's get this word here, mad, in the Hebrew Strong's 1984. What does it tell us here? Okay, America has become mad. Okay, through the worshiping of idols, and the idolatry has driven America to a place of madness. So what do we have here? It says to be clear, to shine, to make a show. Does that sound like a circus? Okay. Is a circus a show? Or do they make, does a circus make a show? Right? To boast. And thus to be what? Foolish. What did we see earlier? In our definitions, we saw madly when we were going through our definitions. All right. What else did we see under madly? We find it here. Foolishly. Okay. Foolishly under madly. And what do we see here under mad? Foolish. To rave. Cognitively to celebrate. So we have the idols in America being celebrated. Okay. In all of their foolishness. And we're going to talk about what would then constitute these people to really be if they're fools. Okay. Not only are the people that are celebrating and are mad upon these idols fools, but the idols that they're celebrating are fools. Okay. Also to stultify. Okay. We have glory. So these idols are glorified. Mad against. Praised. We also see rage. Are we going to see some raging going on in our discussion this evening? Okay, rage comes with madness, renowned, and shine. So the idols, in order for them to be worshiped, they have to have some level of shine. Okay, they're in a spotlight. Okay, to be seen. They're under the spotlights of the show, the shine, right? And we even have, I know you all are familiar, it doesn't get more Babylonian than this, American Idol, right? We're going to roll all the idols out, both on the judgment panel. We're going to roll out our contestants who are going to come out and perform so that they can become idols, the young and upcoming future idols, some of them. This is a talent stage show for them to determine who's worthy to become the next idols here in Babylon. Okay, so it doesn't get more Babylonian in Jeremiah 50:38 than American Idol. Here we have Fantasia. She was one that was picked that came out of this to be one idol. I mean, now I would say Fantasia, she's had some very controversial things that she said. And when I say controversial, I mean compared to what we would expect somebody coming out of this selection to stand for. She's had some. She's talked about women needing to be submissive and have husbands. And oh my gosh, how dare her come out and say such old, outdated type ideals. All right, but just wanted to come here real quick. Okay, they are mad upon their idols. So now that we've set the stage there, let's go into some of the information now. Okay. Let's go now into some of this information. And we, since we've been, lots happened since the last time we live streamed here. So just picking up on some of the things that have happened. I'm sure you all are well aware. But you had the president of Iran die in a plane crash. I mean, a helicopter crash. Okay. President of Iran die in a helicopter crash. And we have here off the economiccollapseblog.com, if Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi is dead, that could push the Middle East to the brink of all-out war. Does that sound like craziness to you all? Does that sound like madness? Understand the stress that's on the Iranian country right now with a recent missile exchange between the Zionist state of Israel, only to follow that a few weeks later of their president dying in a helicopter crash that could now cause everything in the Middle East to spiral out of control. Okay, it could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Okay. What else? Let me just see if we have any just points here I want to touch before we go through the news here. It says, if it turns out that he is dead, because in the beginning they didn't know if he was alive or dead, that will be really bad news, because that could push the Middle East to the brink of all-out war. No matter what actually happened, there is no way that you are going to be able to convince Iranian leaders that the U.S. and Israel were not responsible for bringing that helicopter down. All right. So this is the first thing I said when I seen it. I'm like, okay, well, that looks like a card out of the playbook, a card out of the deck that they would play, whether real or fake. It doesn't really matter. The only thing that matters is what's being reported, that he's dead. And so the first thing I thought, well, if Iran says Israel had something to do with this, and this was their president, and the timing of it happening, not only just after this exchange with Israel, but also because we're in an election year. Okay, we are 5 months out from the next 2024 U.S. election. More on that here in a moment. So the timing of this happening, right? All this stuff is happening leading up, all up to the election. So it's like, what? Remember, Usher at the Super Bowl. What are they ushering in? Okay. What is about to happen in our reality? Is this the moment that we look back and say, yep, I remember when the world went crazy. I remember the events that happened to lead up to that point of it going crazy. Okay. So I don't want to spend too much time here. There's a lot of information people can go into and read on that. I don't think we need to know much other than the fact that what they're reporting, which is an Iranian president, is dead. Now, what we can do is pay attention to this to see whether or not what comes out of this. Does Israel get blamed? Does the U.S. get blamed? Do any of these people of the West get blamed? Any of these players get blamed for this in the narrative that's going to lead us down this path to all-out war? And well, we know the Bible already prophesied with the Valley of Jehoshaphat. We've talked about that a lot here lately, the fallout of civil and world war, right? So now let's go to the next thing, okay? We're going to go from one crazy story to the next. So then, just real quick, right? Some of you all see the thumbnail that we put together here. And in the middle, you see Donald Trump behind bars. Now, when it came to me to put this up, it was just, I knew that there was a trial going on with Trump and all of this, but in my mind, I already know the playbook. I already know some of the cards they're going to play. So I'm already thinking in my mind, yeah, I could see them talking about Trump going to prison. Well, no sooner than I said this, I then said, let me go and get some news to talk about this trial, but for something else. And when I went to go search, it was like only a few hours old. To show you how the spirit works, as soon as this imagery was decided upon, within a few hours of that, because it was the day before when I was thinking about the visualizations, and then the following day when I went to go pull some articles up, it was fresh off the presses, only hours old. Donald Trump found guilty by New York jury in Stormy Daniels' hush money trial. I was coming here for something else, and then I just happened to stumble upon a guilty verdict, which I wasn't even coming here for. Again, that's how the spirit works. All happening in real time. The heavenly realm is sending down instructions and allowing us to be able to, see things before they happen sometimes, have a sense or discernment, a feel for things. Real time, a guilty verdict comes down on Donald Trump. Now, the crazy part of it is that, and you see the name here, Stormy Daniels. We're going to talk about storms here later, which is the real reason why I actually came here to get an article. I wasn't even coming here. Didn't even know Trump was found guilty. Had just been found guilty. I was coming here for something else. Okay. But interesting, this name, Stormy. Okay. We all know what comes with a storm, right? Stormy. And now this particular trial has been going on since Trump got elected in 2016. Since in and before, Trump's been elected first term. Stormy Daniels, hush money. I'm like, who's ever heard of an 8-year trial? But this thing has gone on for 8 years over hush money? Like, seriously, this is what we're doing for 8 years? Or is this all part of a narrative to drag us up to where we are now? So I'm like, this is crazy, but it gets crazier. So it says here, Donald Trump has been found guilty of 34 counts of falsifying business records. A jury found the former U.S. president paid hush money to adult film star Stormy Daniels. How juicy. Adult film star. And falsified business records to conceal the payment during the 2016 election campaign. All right. We already have Trump. He's already been indicted for the 2020 insurrection on the Capitol, now being found guilty of 34 counts of falsifying business records, hush money to the adult film, which is a nice way to say porn star. Okay, she does pornography, right? So they make sure to make it real, these characters real juicy, right? Couldn't just been a regular woman off the block. No, she had to be an adult film star. Now everybody's ears perk up, right? It's just funny because at the same time, just recently this week, Candace Owens says we need to ban porn because it's destroying the minds of our men. Because they understand how big porn is. Porn is one of the biggest things right now that people struggle with, primarily men struggle with. So you're automatically going to draw a lot of attention when you hear who's involved and who she is, whether you know her for her work or not. Once you find out what her profession is, that in Donald Trump is enough to draw ticket sales. Okay, to the circus. Okay, when you come to the circus, you want to see a show. Now, let's show how this gets crazier. Here on New York NBC.com. Donald Trump guilty on all counts in hush money case. Let's see here. So this has been going on since 2016, an 8-year trial, off and on. They roll it out different times. You know, every time that there's a need to roll this case out, they roll it out. So check this out. This is the part I want to focus in on here. Trump had pleaded not guilty to the 34 counts, marking the first time, check it out here, family, marking the first time a former president has had to plead to criminal charges. Is that not crazy? That this is the first time that this is a president we're seeing this happen to. Okay, to show you the insanity of the times we're living in right now. We've never seen a president. We've heard all type of scandals and things happening within the Oval Office and all that, and it seems to just always get swept under the rug. Well, why now? Here you have the biggest election coming up. A lot of people who said Trump's in the lead just so happens to find himself in criminal court once again. The felony charges allege Trump had falsified Trump Organization business records in order to cover up payments meant to suppress information about a 2006 sexual encounter with Daniels that could negatively impacted his run for the president. So they're basically saying, you know, they had an affair and he gave her hush money not to talk, and had people known about this affair, he may not have won the presidency in 2016. So this is something that people needed to know because they may have voted different in 2016. So that's why they're making this the narrative of a big deal. Now, to me, again, people know my train of thought when it comes to all this stuff. Okay, you have Illuminati cards that are played in their card game, right? You have a chessboard. There are moves and counter moves. All right. So, unfortunately, the game is being played on us. We think that this is all bad for people like Donald Trump or whoever else is involved. No, the game is being played on us to buy into the narratives that they sell us in their CIA-controlled media, which we know it's CIA controlled through Operation Mockingbird. The CIA runs mainstream media. So anything that comes out is coming out strictly by way of the CIA. Whatever they want to push, they're pushing it in the media. Whatever they want you to know, whether if it's something that's true, they're going to let it out by way of the CIA. So let's come down here. It says the criminal case was the first of 4 brought against Trump in 4 different jurisdictions. So there's 4 cases against Trump right now. And the only one definitely set to go to trial before the 2024 election. So that means there's going to be more trials coming after the election. So I want you all to think about this. Okay? Just think about who you have currently in office versus Donald Trump, who is the other candidate on the other side. Right? And what people are saying about the current president, who, speaking of 1985, when the world went crazy through the crack epidemic, was sending out crack pipes to everybody because they wanted crackheads to have clean pipes to smoke out of as a token of appreciation to the black community. Okay, that guy that, you know, we're not going to get into his debacles of just trying to, you know, move around and just be in front of a camera. We'll get to that later. And Donald Trump, who, imagine after this election, or should I call it selection, and you have these other cases happening after what we can all assume who's going to be in office come November. Right? Just think about all this, what this is setting the stage for. It says the falsifying business record charges carry up to 4 years behind bars, though prosecutors have not said whether they intend to seek imprisonment. And it's not clear whether the judge, who earlier in the trial warned of jail time for gag order violations, would impose that punishment even if asked. The conviction and even imprisonment will not bar Trump for continuing his pursuit of the White House. So imagine this story being rolled out for a president that wins the selection. What does that set the stage for the other side? The woke, democratic liberals, snowflakes, who lost their mind the first term. Before all this, insurrection, Stormy Daniels, right? Check this out. After the verdict, Trump said the real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. They know what happened here. Everyone knows what happened here. I'm a very innocent man. Both campaigns quickly sent out reactions to the verdict, with Trump sending out a fundraising pitch and Biden's declaring no one is above the law. They sure are making it juicy. See, they had to have you engaged, right? How they're able to gauge the society and where the society is as far as being awake in these times, okay, is who goes out and marches to those polls to vote and counting those votes. That's the only thing that they're counting those votes for, is to see how many people are engaged into the false left-right paradigm. Okay. How many people are participating, their energy and their time and their attention into the voting. Because if not a lot of people are engaged, they have a problem on their hands. That means people are disconnected and they're connected somewhere else. And that somewhere else could possibly be with the Most High God. We're going to talk about that more later, that connection to the heavenly realm. They need to cut that off. And they need you connected to the beast programming. Okay? They need you connected there. So all they're counting those votes for is to see who is engaged and who's not engaged. We need to make note of. So we understand how effective is our sorcery. How many people are under our spell. Okay. And so their job is to make this as Hollywood and as juicy as possible. Because the more it's that way, the better for them and their results, and the more people are going to be enthralled. Okay, every year they need to drum up, get you emotionally stirred up to march you down to those polls. Okay, that's to know that they have full control of your mind. And if not, then those people that are not connected, and if it's a lot of people, now those people are a threat against their established order. And that's what they fear. They need to keep the people divided. Okay, united we stand, divided we fall. Okay, divided house cannot stand. A divided nation cannot stand. They continue to rule as long as we're fighting amongst each other. If we come together and identify them and pull the curtain back and see the wizard who's been hiding behind the glass, right? Which we're going to talk about it tonight as well, right? The wizard who's hide behind the smoke, throwing up the mirror of deception, trickery, illusion to keep you thrown off and distracted, right? You can't identify the one who's waging spiritual warfare and psychological warfare against you. But once you pull that curtain back and you see that wizard and say, no more can you cast your spells and your sorcery on me, it doesn't work anymore. That's when the wizard has lost all power. And that wizard is going to go down fighting to his death to hold on to that power. Even if it means he destroys everything, including himself, just so that you don't rise to power. Here's the final piece here for you all. Now that the historic first ever criminal trial of a former U.S. president has ended, so this is the first ever criminal trial of a former U.S. president. And we know there's a book out there, The Last President, which was published in the late 1800s. And in that book, it says that at the end, the last president's name will be Trump. Right? So, hey, and we've been talking about this for a long time. So none of this stuff surprises me. We've been telling people how it's going to play out, and not so much because we're so smart, but because it's in their own playbook. If you study their playbook, they tell you all of what they're going to do before they do it. Okay? And so it's not hard to have a high percentage of being spot on with the playbook, with the narrative, with the plan in the play. All right. So what we have coming up, two possibilities. You either have a civil war and there's no election, or you're going to have an election and after the election there's going to be a civil war. Because that's in the latest movie that just came out this year, only a couple months ago, Civil War. It shows who would have the depiction of being Donald Trump as president in office, and there's a civil war happening because of him being in office, which leads to his untimely demise. Right? But more on all that later. Let's keep going here. Right? More on the circus. We have another circus player who's come out. Notice how an actor, Hollywood, and, as far as I know, Jewish. Robert De Niro calls Trump a clown outside trial in Biden campaign message. Reason I came here because I want you all to remember this term here. So we're going to come back to that. Clown. Remember clown, because you can't have a circus without clowns, right? Has anybody ever been to a circus before? And for those who have been, how many of you all have been to a circus and there was no clowns? Anybody? I've never heard of a circus without clowns. You know, there's always clowns at the circus. More on the clowns here in a moment. More on that in a moment. Let's do this. Let us do this. Speaking of presidents, and speaking of clowns, right? At the same time that you had the president of Iran, just coincidentally, his plane or his helicopter was crashing a day or so before, because it happened over the weekend. You had this video footage released of Puff Daddy, Sean Diddy Combs, beating Cassie. Right? Just coincidentally, you got the Sean Diddy Combs 2016 footage. Speaking of 2016, right? Same year Stormy Daniels trial started. Same year Trump's first term. You had, I guess, Sean Diddy Combs upset that Trump won the presidency, and he's taking it out on Cassie. I don't know. I'm just trying to. The coincidences are just, out of control right now. Right? But you had this footage released. And so come Monday, when all the media talking heads, all your disc jockeys, your radio, stars that come on syndicated radio and talk mainstream, instead of talking about what happened with this Iranian situation, everybody's talking about Puff Daddy. Like, we're talking about Puff Daddy. The Iranian president just died. And that could lead to all-out World War III, which is going to just, that's going to lead to the destruction of this whole earth. But we want to talk about Puff Daddy. Not that, beating women or abuse or all these things that Puffy's been alleged to have done. Not that it's not stuff that shouldn't be addressed, but is that the most important thing we should be talking about? Remember, again, what are we seeing here? We're seeing Babylon mad upon her idols. All these people we're talking about have been made into idols. Whether you're talking about Robert De Niro, idol, Donald Trump, idol, okay, even to some extent, Stormy Daniels now is an idol for women to look up to that can scream "Me Too." Okay, can scream "Me Too." And there's probably no bigger idol in the black community, at least within the modern era, than Barack Obama, the first black president. Right? How many people went out of our community and proudly voted Obama? Only because he was black. Didn't care what he was talking about, what he had to say. He's a black man. I'm voting for him. Well, what do we have now? Fact checkers scrambling to stop photo of Obama with Sean Diddy Combs from circulating. So many things coming out against Sean Combs right now. Alleged, pedophilia, sodomy, sex trafficking. Okay, so of course, the fact checkers are scrambling to keep it on the hush that nobody should have access to seeing a photo such as this one. That's not a good look. Right? That's not a good look. While they're trying to demonize Puff Daddy and make him appear to be the face of all evil in the existence of the beginning of the world, you don't want to have your first black president, the one who opened up the floodgates to sodomy and sodomite protections and legalities here in America, to be standing next in a photo, buddied up. Now, would we? Right? But, and not to spend too much time, but I wanted to just bring in this Puff Daddy situation here, because this is going to take us someplace. Okay. So everybody, and listen, the reason why the Puff Daddy situation is numbing for me, and I paid little attention to it. I come from the era of when hip hop and rap was in its golden era. Okay, and its decline happening right around the time that Puff Daddy showed up on the hip hop scene, in a serious way being seen. Okay. At the same time, you had Tupac, who was totally exposing Puff Daddy. This is 94, 95, when Tupac was exposing Puffy for a lot of the stuff that people are talking about now. Tupac was saying 30 years ago, Puff Daddy was doing then. So my, disdain for Puff Daddy and all of that, I become numb to it, because for so many years back then, I would, call it out for what it was, who Puff Daddy was. And it's like, nobody cared. Okay. But now, it's now all of a sudden a big deal. Sounds similar to R. Kelly, when R. Kelly was also accused of, alleged pedophilia. I mean, there's tapes and, footage out there. So not much you want to say alleged, but, and nothing was done about it. Okay. Until a certain time, and all of a sudden now it's surviving R. Kelly. Certain time, now it becomes a problem. All right. So, but what's even crazier, at the beginning of this year, we had the interview that broke the internet. Cat Williams calling out all the Hollywood, gatekeepers, all the, no talented thieves that have stolen their way to the top, that have killed, stealed, and destroyed to get to the top. And a name he mentioned in the interview was Puff Daddy. And he said 2024 will be the year that Puff Daddy, as well as all the truth on these people, come out. How did is Cat Williams a prophet? Is he a gypsy? He got a crystal ball somewhere where he knows absolutely and emphatically that this was going to happen in 2024. And then behold, as you go down the timeline, we're seeing all this stuff now happening. Puff Daddy, prophetically. So we shine the light on that too, and ask the question: will 2024 be the year of smoke and mirrors? While they have us focusing and looking one way, are we being distracted from the illusion of deception that they're using to get us to focus somewhere else, when our focus needs to be on, hey, we're about to go through Jacob's trouble. And if Jacob don't know he's Jacob ain't preparing for Jacob's trouble. But keep Jacob distracted with the jesters and the clowns, right? I told everybody it's a jester minstrel show. They're going to roll out all the clowns. So speaking of clowns, right before the lockdown, how many of you all seen this? Diddy's Halloween costume as Pennywise shows the terrifying clown has some dance moves. So they're even calling Puff Daddy a clown. And so Puff Daddy dresses up as the clown Pennywise for Halloween 2018. And he did this in reaction to, and I have no idea about, I don't look at degenerates like Ellen. But supposedly, I guess, on the show, Pennywise dressed out, scared Puff Daddy on stage. So he decided to turn it around as a show of fun and attention to dress up as a clown, and that clown being Pennywise, that he was. And what are clowns known for? Playing tricks. Playing tricks. Now, it doesn't stop there. It does not stop there. Fast forward to before all this stuff hit the fan on Puff Daddy that's come out within the past year. Puffy didn't stop there with clowns. In 2022, Halloween, it says Diddy hijacks Halloween with a eerily spot-on Heath Ledger Joker costume. Flamethrower and all. So then right before all this stuff hits the fan, he dresses up as the Joker, another clown. Someone may ask why I'm coming here, and I'm going to show you here in a moment. All right. And there's videos of him out here during this time doing all types of crazy stuff under this costume. That's Puff Daddy right there. Somebody may say, "Oh man, that was Heath Ledger." No, that's Puff Daddy. Right? Let's go over here and let's get the definition of clown. What is a
clown?
What is a clown? A clown is a comic performer, as in a circus, theatrical production, or the like, who wears an outlandish costume and makeup and entertains by pantomiming common situations or actions in exaggerated or ridiculous fashion by juggling or tumbling. We also have a person who acts like a clown, comedian. We also see joker, buffoon, jester, a prankster, a practical joker. Do we have anything else here? See real quick if we can get the synonym for clown. Let's come back here. Now the definition for Joker, because that's who he dressed up as. The Joker.
Joker.
What is a joker? A joker is a person who jokes. You also have one or two extra playing cards in a pack, usually imprinted with the figure of a jester, used in some games as the highest card or as a wild card. Okay. A wild card. Hold that word wild there. We also have any method, trick, or expedient for getting the better of another. Someone who gets the better of someone else. A prankster. Someone who thinks they are very funny. A wise guy, smart aleck. Okay, but the joker in the card game is the wild card. Okay, the wild card. Where did we see that word at earlier? Wild.
madly,
We see it here for madly, which was a definition word for crazy. We see insanely or wildly. Wild. Okay, the joker is the wild card. It's the prankster card. Okay, it's the card to get over on you card. All right. And we know that Babylon is mad upon her idols. So by the fact of you being mad upon your idols is either going to have you love them or hate them and put you in a place to be tricked, to be deceived by the clown. So you ask me about Puff Daddy, and you see him pointing here. He's saying the trick's on you. Because isn't it interesting that this 2016 case or this 2016 situation with Cassie, everybody's asking, why is Puff Daddy not in jail? Why is nothing happening to him? Well, it just so happens to be there is a statute of limitations in California. 7 years. And after that statute of limitations, you can't do nothing to that person. So don't you think it's coincidental that they would release that footage after the statutes of limitations, after 7 years in 2024, where now nothing can happen to Puff Daddy with that footage? And time again, when you know the Joker character, the Joker was always getting out of trouble. The Joker was always causing pranks, always causing trouble, and always getting out. Right? And we know the Joker is the wild card. What's the name of Puff Daddy's what's the name of his record label? Bad Boy? Could we say a bad boy is also wild? So he told you from the beginning he was a bad boy. Right? So you ask me, the prank and the joke is on those that fall for these stories. And I'm not saying that Puff Daddy isn't doing all this evil behind closed doors. Listen, again, I've known about Puffy since 94, 95. But I'm well beyond Puff Daddy and his pranks. And they're banking on that people are not. So what they're going to do, like we said here on this 2024, the year of smoke and mirrors, they're going to roll out all the jesters, all the pranksters, all the clowns this year to keep you distracted from what's really going on, the circus, to keep you entertained. All the while, they're planning your destruction. Okay? Keep you engaged with the popcorn and, the soda so that you can enjoy the show. Okay? All the while, Jacob's trouble is on the horizon, and none of our people are preparing. When I say none of our people, I'm speaking in a general sense. Of course, in the church, we've been telling people to prepare over almost 2 decades now. So I'm not talking about brothers and sisters in the church. There may be some people who haven't been preparing. I don't know. But I'm speaking more so as for our community, which is the reason only a remnant's going to make it out of this, because only a remnant is going to take heed to Christ's first warning or sign of the end, to take heed that no man deceive you. Right? Paul followed that up. By all means, let no man deceive you. Well, a easy deceiver is a clown, primarily the Joker, and you cannot have a circus without clowns. Now, more clowns. More clowns. Let us come to our first video. Gonna go over here to our first video. I'm gonna check the call line, see if we have any callers. More idols, more clowns. NBA star Dwayne Wade wants to transition your children. How did we get here? Well, we're gonna watch this video and we're gonna have a discussion about it. Dwayne Wade wants to transition your children.
All right, welcome. I'm going to confess, Shamika is forcing me to talk about this next topic. I normally don't allow this, but she insisted. You guys know I'm reluctant to really talk about Dwayne Wade and his child, but Shamika called me all kinds of names and said I'd be a punk if I didn't talk about it. Shamika wants to talk about, bring Shamika up, she wants to talk about Dwayne Wade and his son, Zaire, and they're launching something called Translatable. Let's play the clip of Dwayne Wade promoting Translatable.
Welcome to Translatable. I'm Dwayne Wade.
And I'm Zaya Wade, and yeah, welcome to Translatable. Translatable aims to serve as a community safe space for youth to express themselves through a number of creative outlets. Here at Translatable, we focus on communities of color, center the most marginalized, and emphasize the importance of parents and family.
So for those that don't know, this is Dwayne Wade's son, who he's turned out to make psychologically believe he's a woman and a daughter. And the name of this project is called Translatable. And notice who are they focused on? Who is this aimed at?
To express themselves through a number of creative outlets. Here at Translatable, we focus on communities of color.
Here at Translatable, we focus on communities of color. Jacob, Black people and brown people, Northern Kingdom and Southern Kingdom. That's their focus. Their focus is to turn your daughter or your son, and make you believe your son is a girl and make you believe that your daughter is a boy. And can't even keep a straight face. This is another joker, another clown.
Center the most marginalized and emphasize the importance of parents and family.
So that's what we need as being the most marginalized people. We need to be translatable, because our main focus as being so marginalized is focusing on being translatable, clearing up our gender confusion, right? That's our focus in the Black community, right? That's what we need to most. These are some of the things we need to prioritize as far as focus, right?
Translatable is also a resource hub for parents, families, and support system of the LGBTQIA+ youth. For our family, we were blessed to have a community of supporters and knowledgeable experts who could swiftly arm us with the tools we needed to support Zaya in her journey. We recognize the lack of digestible and relatable information available to youth and families, especially communities of color. And to this day, we are still learning. I'm so very proud of the daughter that I've had the opportunity to raise. She has been my biggest educator and inspiration of what it means to be true to you. That's why it's so important to create a collaborative space for the community to participate in the conversation and express themselves freely.
Now let's have some fun. Over the next few months, we'll be rolling out content, resource guides, and interactive features where we can hear from you.
We want to emphasize that the learning never stops. You can expect to see ever evolving content and resources to keep you up to date on Translatable.
So make sure to sign up for email updates. We're just getting started.
So
I see a lot of people in the comments section in the live chat talking about, you have people of our community hyping this mess up, primarily our sisters. Which it's so sad because our sisters don't understand. You hyping this up is a direct attack on your womanhood. We're hyping up the people that are coming in to replace us. The immigrants are coming over here to replace us. We're hyping them up, protecting them. And these sodomites, right? Boys coming in trying to pretend to be girls is an attack on women. And women are out here supporting their demise. They just cheering and pray again because America is mad upon her idols. They roll these idols out. And because of we read the definition from mad, the praise, the glory, to celebrate. Now you're going to celebrate whatever they roll out, even if it's your destruction. And because you're under the spell of madness, you don't realize it's your destruction. It's going to be in with your demise. But let's hear more of what's some of their analysis on this abomination we're seeing here with Translatable, the Translatable Project.
Keep you up to date on Translatable.
So make sure to sign up for email updates. We're just getting started.
So, Shamika, why are you forcing? Floor is yours. Why are you forcing me to talk about this?
Well, Jason, because growth requires sacrifice. So I appreciate you sacrificing the way that you feel about Dwayne Wade to actually have this important conversation.
Now, one thing I can do is I can applaud this sister here for being a sister, which I'm pretty sure the sisters that are a part of our church, those of you that are in the chat, right, stand in hand with this sister here, to be a woman, to stand up, to talk about this, to expose this, to where even Jason Whitlock, who is a man, doesn't even want to have this conversation. Right? So I commend the sisters that are willing to stand up, say, hold up, wait a minute. We are not finna turn our sons into daughters. Not only that, this is an attack on women and womanhood. And if you attack us, then what's going to be left of us? Right? So I commend her, and let's hear now what she has to say about this atrocity here.
Because as we notice, this website is designed for youth. He said it's for the youth and their families. And I can't understand why we are pushing this on young kids. You can't drive until you're 16. You can't vote until you're 18. You can't smoke. You can't drink until you're 21. Why are we letting kids make such a grave decision so young? I knew a little boy at 12 who wanted to be Spider-Man. The fact that he let his son decide, because that's when he first came out, he was 12, decide that he wanted to be a girl because of the way he was feeling, it's terrible parenting.
So,
and she's right, family. And if you can look here on your screen, it's pitiful. If you can look here on your screen in your lower right corner, who you would think that's a girl down there standing, postured there in front of Dwayne Wade. That's his son, looking like a girl. Okay, that is his son, not a woman. That he's groomed. Him and Gabriel Union, right? A witch, a feminist witch, have groomed And that's not even her. That's not even Gabriel Union's son. That's Dwayne Wade's son. He's allowed a woman of Hollywood to come in to his family and groom his son to be a, mentally deranged into thinking he's a girl, and convince the father. Pitiful.
I'm going to give my opinion on this, but before I do that, and it will be a very hot take, before I do that, I just want to take care of one of our great sponsors. This episode is brought to you by First Cup Coffee Company. Watching that video legitimately hurt my stomach. And I'm not trying to be overly dramatic. I'm just uncomfortable watching Dwayne Wade, his child, or anybody talk this way. I do, just in transparency, I feel like, perhaps foolishly, but it's just the feeling I've had overwhelmingly, is that Dwayne Wade is an important voice and he's going to snap out of whatever mental issue or this, almost like a trance he's in. And I say this sincerely. I love the way the guy carried himself on the basketball court. Love the way he honors his father. I think that the marriage to Gabrielle Union, a mistake, and it's brought him in more deeply into the Hollywood world. If
Marion Gabrielle disunion, okay, has brought him into the Hollywood world. Now here's his other son, okay, who claims to be a boy. Now I don't know about you all, but is he looking? He looking masculine to you all? He looking a little sweet there himself. What's he doing? Hey, I don't know. I don't think that's a pose you typically see, masculine young men make. But let's keep going here.
Dwayne Wade were married to just a normal church-going woman, I don't think he would be involved with this. I don't think he'd be handling his son the way that he is. And look, maybe I'm making a bunch of excuses. I'm not personal friends with Dwayne Wade. I don't know if I've ever spent any social time with Dwayne Wade. I've been to some games and interviewed him at the height of his career when he and LeBron were playing against each other. I just feel like I haven't given up hope that Dwayne Wade's going to snap out of this and find a better and a different way, a more biblical way of dealing with his son. And so perhaps naively, that's why I'm uncomfortable talking about it. It hurt me to watch that. And
someone in the chat says they disagree. When are we going to stop blaming women? Well, I don't know if you're speaking to the people here on screen talking. Maybe you're referencing that to them, but we've never said that it's the women's fault. What I simply said was that she's an influence. Ultimately, it's Dwayne Wade's fault. He's the father. It's his fault. But to minimize Gabrielle's influence here and to say she has nothing to do with it at all would be it would definitely be undervaluing her role in all of this. If anybody saw the Patreon earlier, Elder Ricard was speaking about witches and the origin of nursing, and it originates with witches. So we understand that a man's weakness is a woman, going all the way back to Adam, and you see it time and time again. Okay. But Eve wasn't without blame, right? Adam lost dominion, but Eve didn't escape unscathed. She received punishment too. So all I'm saying is there's punishment to go around for everyone here involved. However, ultimately, yes, Dwayne Wade is boss. Dwayne Wade is Adam here. So in this, he loses his dominion as a man, allowing a woman to come in and dictate this upon his children and whatever influence that she has, because this wasn't the case before he got married to her. He never called his son a daughter before they got married. But no sooner they get married, now all of a sudden, his son is a daughter. Same with what's her name? What is her name? Plays in I'll get her name here real quick. You have I can't think of her name. Charlize Theron. Okay. Hollywood actress who is raising young black boys to be girls. This is what happens in Hollywood. If you type in Charlize Theron, kids. Okay. Charlize Theron, this is a boy. These are boys. Okay. She's raising her boy to be a girl. This is what's coming out of Hollywood. Okay. So when we talk about Gabrielle Union, she's coming out of Hollywood. And Dwayne Wade, ultimately, again, it rests on his shoulders to not allow this to happen. So it's ultimately on him, but Gabrielle Union and any woman that's for that is not going to get out of that unpunished. Okay, so that's all we're saying, that both sides have a blame, but ultimately women need to stop championing it, knowing it's attack against you. You need to stop having homosexual male friends, homosexual female friends. Okay, that's typically more a women thing. Okay. That's all we're saying. And men have to stand up and be men. All right. I just wanted to make sure. And maybe you didn't mean that towards us. Maybe you meant that towards the guest here. I'm not sure, but I just wanted to make sure we're clear as we go forward playing this.
And not because the emotion isn't, it's like, how did we get here? How did we get here where our athletic alleged heroes are, masculine heroes are the leaders of this kind of delusion? It just upsets me, and it makes me feel like, man, if they got D Wade, they'll get us all, or this is hopeless. But I'm not giving up hope on Dwayne Wade, and that's why I don't want to badmouth him. I feel sorry for him.
You said he was I thought you said a trance, but you said a trance, I guess, because I do think it matters the wife that he has. We look at Ahab marrying Jezebel. It said that he angered God more than any other king of Israel. So I do think the wife matters, but
there it is. Okay, Ahab and Jezebel. And how furious the Most High was at Ahab for letting Jezebel come in and with her sorcery, her witchcraft. But guess what? Jezebel wasn't unpunished. Okay, the dogs licked up her blood at the wall. So for anybody thinking that women aren't to blame in anything at all, that she has no blame in this, the Bible says differently. Okay. So this is an attack on women. We're trying to protect women. We're trying to say, hey, sisters, stop supporting these homosexual situations. Stop cheering this stuff. Speak against it. Stand up for your womanhood. We're telling our sisters to make a stand. Like this sister here is making a stand. That's where we are right now. A line has to be drawn in the sand, and we have to make a stand. Because the sodomites are at the door. And if you don't make a stand, they get a crack. They're coming in. Okay. And you didn't hide your kids. You didn't hide your wife. It's over.
I think that she gave Dwayne Wade the space to come out the closet a little bit. So maybe if he had another wife, he would still be in the closet and still, put his foot down when it comes to himself and his son. But this man is walking around painting his fingernails, wearing pearls, dyeing his hair. He's doing all of these feminine things. And
Okay. The person says they were speaking to Whitlock. Okay. And that's fine. And it wasn't a, attack on you or just for anybody that comes across this video or who's listening. Just so it's clear where we stand. We show these videos and we don't agree with everybody, every single thing people say we bring on, but there's a lot of good stuff that they say. But, this sister's speaking about Dwayne Wade painting his fingernails. We're going to talk about that here in a moment. All right. So Wade isn't exempt and questioning his sexuality here.
the wife that he has, we look at Ahab marrying Jezebel. It said that he angered God more than any other king of Israel. So I do think the wife matters, but I think that she gave Dwayne Wade the space to come out the closet a little bit. So maybe if he had another wife, he would still be in the closet and still, put his foot down when it comes to himself and his son. But this man is walking around painting his fingernails, wearing pearls, dyeing his hair. He's doing all of these feminine things. And he let his wife sit on national television and tell the world he likes his salad toss. I just think that he hasn't been the man that he's supposed to be. I appreciate the way he honors his father, but I don't think he's honoring his son and any other man that looks up to him that may face these types of issues. And I think we're here because we refuse to shame some of the people that we like the most. He can be a great man, but what he is doing with his son is not great, because at the end of the day, when they go dig Zaya Wade up, it's going to say this was a boy with XY chromosomes. And to just allow this boy to live in delusion is not good.
Look, I may be making excuses, and I'm trying to find the, and maybe it's not. Is Gabrielle Union, is she still on Twitter? Maybe she's not, because years ago, I can't remember how many years ago, maybe it was 10 years ago, she got very aggressive with me in a DM exchange on Twitter. And it took all of my man, I ain't gonna disrespect this man's wife. I'm gonna, have a civil response or whatever. But she just got very aggressive with me, and I can't remember what it was about. Something I had said publicly, and this had 10, 11 years ago. And that's when I just started thinking oh, man, this dude is he's got a live one on his hands. And she, and so it's, and I hate to say this, but I'm gonna say it reminds me of my brother and his first wife. And my brother's first wife was a nightmare. And all we could do was pray and hope that it ended, and it ended very quickly. And my brother was in over his head with a aggressive ghetto woman that it was just a total mismatch personality wise. And that's what I think, perhaps naively, is going on with Dwayne Wade. Is he's got himself involved with a woman who is just too much. She's in that Hollywood cult. She done buried the man's drawers in the backyard somewhere. Oh, yeah, she blocked me. She blocked me. That's why I can't get the messages. That's why I can't get the messages anymore. But
So Jason Whitlock in the past had an exchange with Gabrielle Union, right? And in that exchange, however it went, because Whitlock team has always been the more conservative side. We know Gabrielle is more liberal, and so this was long before this discussion here. But she blocked him through that exchange on Twitter, right? So he's already had his altercations with Dwayne Wade's wife.
But that perhaps naively, I don't think Dwayne Wade is gay. I really don't. And I get why people do. He's certainly setting off people's gaydar, but I don't believe it. And I believe foolishly, I'm just telling you, in the next 5 years, I think D Wade's going to be on our team and not on the demonic Hollywood team. I really believe that.
I have to say on behalf of your brother, as bad as his wife may have been, I don't think I could see him in pearls in sleeveless vests and his nails painted. So I just
Will
feel
not
like
happen.
some
Will
of
not,
this,
yeah.
some of this is
He got
Dwayne Wade.
divorced. He manned up and got divorced. Yeah. Yeah.
But I agree. Gabrielle Union, she was raped before. I do feel like she still holds anger towards men. And I think she's more comfortable around men that aren't masculine or aren't very manly. And so to me, this is perfect for her to not only watch her son castrate himself, but to just get in the business of supporting any other person, any other man that wants to do this. She tried to verbally castrate you in your DMs, and now she's castrating her son, Dwayne Wade, and all of these young boys that she wants to support, and these families to tell them it's okay when it's not okay. Gabrielle Union should be shamed, but because we like her for all of the movies she's played in, she's been around for so long, a lot of people will applaud her opposed to calling her the Jezebel that she really is.
See that? Because Babylon is mad upon her idols. You will applaud your idols instead of calling them out. You become infatuated, right? And flattered by them and become starstruck by these idols that they can do no wrong. And people will be in delusion and allow these idols to program you, to give you your abominable culture. Our whole community is being established by what Amalek has given these idols and then given us the culture that comes with that, right? And now look at our community. So we have to recognize that. Do not be starstruck by these idols, all right? They're people just like us. Are some of them talented and have talents? Absolutely, but we're all talented. We're the children of Israel. We're the salt of the earth. We're all talented, right? But they're not going to stand for the Most High. Again, we don't condemn any of these people we're talking about. None of them are condemned. We pray for them. We pray for Dwayne Wade. We pray for Puff Daddy and all the others we're going to talk about. They're not condemned, okay? But as long as they're pushing this against and towards our community, we must push back and make a stand.
She's Jezebel spelled with a G.
Look, I think that a lot of particularly black men fell for the gimmick of you just ain't man enough for a strong black woman. You need a woman that's gonna challenge you. And I'm just off top, I just always rejected that. Like, you know how hard, this stuff is I'm doing in my career? You think I wanna come home and be challenged and, wrestling with somebody? No, mentally and, and so people would get upset with me and say, oh, you just can't deal with a strong black woman. No, I can't. And I'm just not gonna do it. She ain't gonna like me, I ain't gonna like her, we'll just be at war. And so I just think Dwayne Wade fell for that trap. that programming that, man, you need a black woman that's gonna challenge you and blah blah blah. And I've seen so many guys fall for that trap and wear it as a badge of honor. My wife, she does X, Y, and Z, and she will challenge me on this and that. And again, you don't want your wife to roll over, but you do want her to play her role, play her position. And D Wade just stepped out here and had kids. And again, take my brother, it was easier for him to walk away. They didn't have kids. And, the whole family, we all celebrated when he did get the divorce. And he stuck his hand on that fire. Ooh, that fire's hot. And he ended up marrying a woman that fit his personality. He doubled back and got someone that, came from a 2-parent home, bit more suburban, none of that ghetto BS. And so I just have the same hope. It's just going to be a longer process. This is a Hollywood star, celebrity. There was a time when I thought like, oh yeah, they're the ideal power couple. And I could see Dwayne Wade falling into that trap thinking, hey, this is the American dream. We're a power couple. And next thing you know, he found out who's got the real power. It's that witch that knows that magic.
Absolutely. And for the men that are falling for that, you can't handle a strong black woman, or these women that are walking around here saying, I need a man that can handle me. That's probably why we see so many American black women running around here acting like zoo animals. We don't need to be handled. You need to be able to handle and carry yourself like you have some dignity.
Dang. So she said there's a lot of black American women running around like zoo animals. And the last I checked, those are the animals you see at the circus. Okay. So it's time to leave from the circus, family, right? We are not circus performers. Okay. It's time to get out of that show and get into the Most High's show, right? We're going to leave it there. A lot was said within that. And so let's keep going here. Now, some of you may be familiar with, let's get this abomination out of here and go to the next abomination, right? As we remember when the world went crazy. Will we remember when the world went crazy? Now, some of you may be familiar with this brother here, Caleb Williams. Okay. Chicago Bears QB sets record for jersey sales. Now, he was in this latest NFL draft, happened like a month or two ago. He was the overall number 1 pick out of USC to the Chicago Bears in the NFL draft. And we're going to talk about him here. Okay. This is off of SI.com. It says this is before he became the number 1 pick. Future number 1 NFL pick Caleb Williams and Dwayne Wade received same treatment over nail polish. April 2nd, 2024. It says future number 1 NFL draft pick Caleb Williams felt he needed to clear the air. He recently posted a video on Twitter to respond to the critics. Williams took some heat over social media when he was spotted apparently with a wallet, phone, lipstick, and nails all colored pink. He heard all sorts of criticism. So the video provided an explanation. Williams said the wallet's white, the phone is pink, the case is clear. Later, he explained the nails while holding them up. Nails are clear. Finally, he responded to those who thought he was wearing pink lipstick. Lips are pink, your girls love them, Williams said. Williams is dealing with the same criticism Miami Heat legend Dwayne Wade faced in recent weeks when he was captured with painted nails at a Heat game. Right? Wade's response, however, was somewhat different than Williams. Instead of clarifying, Wade embraced his choice to wear nail polish and pink clothing. In an interview last month with High's Nobility, he said he always treated himself to things such as pedicures and painted nails. He credited his father, Dwayne Wade Sr., and uncles in the interview. So Dwayne Wade is crediting his dad and his uncles for painting his nails. I've been getting my nails painted since 2007, Wade said. I always knew that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to be one of them sharp-dressed men who smelled good, who stayed clean, shaved, and all that. The nail painting, attire, and cologne didn't prevent Wade from becoming the best player in Heat history or from making the Hall of Fame. So, in order to be a sharp-dressed man who smells good, who stays clean-shaved and all that, means you must paint your nails too? That's what it means to be a sharp-dressed man? See, these are things, family, we have to address. Okay, and I'm gonna tell you why we have to address this here in a moment. Okay, there's a standard being set here when it comes to our young men and our boys. Okay, so first, since we brought this up to show Caleb Williams, if you just type in nail polish.
90 seconds.
And we got 90 seconds. If you would like to call in to Blog Talk, the number's right there, 515-605-9327. Press 1. And that'll let me know to take your call. Okay. So as you see here, Caleb Williams paints his nails. All right. He's known to paint his nails on several occasions.
60 seconds.
Okay. Different things painted on his nails. Now don't forget, he's the #1 overall pick. And see, this is the photo people had a problem with, because he has a pink phone with the pink nail polish. It looks like he's wearing pink lipstick, right? And looks like he has a white purse. Okay, a white, they would call it a white man bag. Okay, or a merce. Okay, and don't forget, he's #1 pick. He is the #1 pick, and
10 seconds.
In the Dr. Pepper commercials, there was a scene of him in a nail salon getting his nails painted. Right? Also, doesn't stop there. If that wasn't bad enough, if you type in Caleb Williams and dress, you also have pictures of him in what would appear to be him wearing an outfit that resembles a dress. All right, on the GQ magazine cover. Now let me ask, I want to ask the brothers here first. Right, brothers. Some people say, oh, it's not a dress. It's just, it's just outfit. Let me ask, just press the #1. All my brothers out there that are in the chat, would you wear something like this? I don't know. Maybe I'm not fashionally inclined to speak on men's fashion and at least maybe in the 2024 era. I'm outdated, and so I need to be updated on men's fashion. I'm not fashionally inclined to speak on it. So my brothers out there, maybe even my younger generation brothers, Press the number 1. I think some people messed up. Only press 1 if you would wear this. We're not talking about the painted fingernails and the pink phone and what appeared to be pink lipstick. All this happening right before he selected number 1 overall. Again, in Satan's kingdom, in order for you to receive the top honor, you must do the ritual. So all thanks to the Most High, put 1, maybe not understanding. Only press 1 if you would wear this. Now, all my sisters out there, to my married sisters or to my sisters who are looking to be married, is this what you would want your man to wear? Are you okay? Press 1 if you're okay with your man wearing something like this. You would want to, go out, to the movies or out to eat, maybe go to the grocery store. All my sisters out there, do you want your man, this an outfit that's suitable, that you would think is okay? Press 1 for all my sisters out there who would want their man to dress like this. How about the fingernails? Are any sisters out there? This is only press 1 if you're okay for any of this stuff. Any of my sisters out there okay with your man painting his nails? Is that okay? Press 1. Wearing the pink lipstick. Is that okay? Just want to see, I just, hey, I have my own thoughts. I think it's pretty clear where I stand, but hey, maybe it's a new day. Okay, we're in a new normal now. Maybe this is the new normal, the new fashion. Where do you think this fashion is coming from? Do you think these young men are just deciding one day that, Dwayne Wade's son, I want to be a daughter, and Dwayne Wade, I want to paint my fingernails. I mean, credits his dad and his uncles. I don't know about that, but, Caleb Williams, he's putting this outfit on that resembles a dress and pink nails, pink phone, pink lipstick. I got something to say about all this, when men are wearing clothes that are pink too. But let's see if we can find Dwayne Wade. So here he is during his Hall of Fame ceremony with the Heat, and he had his fingernails painted. All right. And he made no denial of him painting his fingernails. He's always done it, or he's done it since 2007. There he goes again, painted nails. Okay, he's calling his son his daughter. But people say, "Hey, Dwayne Wade's not gay." And I'm bringing this out because we've seen this stuff with Puff Daddy. We've even heard about this stuff with Obama and these bathhouses in Chicago back in the day, and some of his alleged ex-lovers come out and say that what was going down in some of these, what's his name, Larry Sinclair, end up dead. So we're starting to see that these, birds of a feather flock together, and we're starting to see a bunch of strange bedfellows that we've heard terms like the go along to get along gang. This gang, typically entrenched in Hollywood, that they have a certain delicacy that they like. Well, no sooner than Caleb Williams gets picked to the Chicago Bears. Dwayne Wade just so happens to be from Chicago, and it just so happens to be that both him and Caleb, they both love painting their nails. Okay, they both love to paint their nails and put on provocative clothing. So he's picked number one, Chicago. So Dwayne Wade reaches out and says, "Hey, congratulations. Let's do dinner." And so here we have a picture of Caleb and Wade having dinner together. So now, again, these people always seem to hang out together, right? They just always, and they have a similar fashion style, but they're not the only ones that like hanging out together. Who else do we have here? Well, you also had this at the end of last year. And see, this is when it gets bad. This is when it gets bad. And I'm going to show you why. Tell you why. T.D. Jakes mentioned briefly in suit against music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. Jakes, a Dallas-based megachurch pastor, is not among the defendants in the suit, which includes several record labels. So you have a man, Rodney Little Rod Jones, which, hey, that nickname, I don't know. But he's accusing Puffy of sexual harassment, illegal drug activity, and sex trafficking, and that Bishop of the Potter's House, T.D. Jakes, was someone who helped Puffy to improve his image in the midst of all of these allegations and things coming out. But this would include sodomite activity here, right? This would include sodomite activity if this is a man who has been called out, who is calling out Puffy for sexual harassment. That's a man sexually harassing a man. And that's why I told people, if you think that what you saw on that video footage with Cassie was something, trust me, you don't want to really dive deep into what Puffy really got going on. That's child's play. Not that it's, shouldn't be called out, as a horrible act. But that's what he's really doing behind closed doors. But then again, who did Puffy learn it from? Okay, he didn't teach himself this stuff. Who are the people that have employed Puff Daddy? Who are the producers? Who are the directors? Who are the execs? Okay, who are the CEOs and the presidents? Who are the companies that have been, that have given him Bad Boy as his own company? But you also see Cuba Gooding mentioned here in this, who is a man. And the reason why Jakes is mentioned, he's mentioned once because he's saying that Puffy planned to leverage his relationship with Bishop T.D. Jakes to soften the impact on his public image of Cassie Ventura's lawsuit. So Puffy and T.D. Jakes have a relationship. Now, there's all kind of relationships. So, it doesn't mean, that they are in a sodomite or a homosexual relationship. Okay. But doesn't mean that they're not. But they have a relationship. Okay, so that's why he's being mentioned. So there is a tie there. And if you type in T.D. Jakes and Puff Daddy, there are instances where you see them together. Okay, they don't hide the fact that they are friends, that they have a relationship and they know each other. But again, I say strange bedfellows. Strange bedfellows. Okay, breaking bread together. Here's another image of them. All right.
Now taking the
So yeah, they have been seen numerous times. Oh, well, here's a very interesting image with Puff Daddy's head on the shoulder of TD Jakes. Now, I'm gonna ask the question again, brothers. Is this something that you would do to a grown man? Okay, you're a grown man. Would you put your head on the shoulder? Now, this isn't your, dad or anything, family member. This is a, non-family member. Press 1, brothers, if you think that this is okay, or you would do this to another man. So we had to start drawing some lines here, because I think for too long there's been stuff going on that we just glossing over, and because we're glossing over, it keeps happening, and a lot of people out here getting violated because of it. Because if you give a sodomite an inch, they're gonna take a foot. And so we have to make a line here. What's acceptable behavior for men? Okay. Is this acceptable, brothers? 1, if you say yes. Sisters, are you okay? This is your husband or your husband to be. Are you okay with him putting his head on the shoulder of his bishop like that? Are you okay? Press 1 if you are. I need to know where our sisters are on all this. Where's your mind and head at on these things too? Okay, so hopefully we can all come on one accord, because this stuff is going on far too long in our community, and it's leading to a dysfunction in our community. This stuff is being done in the Hollywood world, where we're being groomed under Amalek and their Babylonian Talmud and Kabbalah magic, where it's lawful. Okay? And we're being groomed and taught these things. And then we're taking this stuff back to our communities to gatekeep. And if you want to come up in the ranks to be famous, you see what I'm saying? Now you must get down. Okay? You must get down with the get down. The reason why we're talking about Caleb Williams, because there's a lot of young men out here and young boys out here who want to be in the NFL one day, or who want to play college or play football. And if they look up and they're mad upon their idols, and they see this guy, look at this, he's setting records for jersey sales. I don't know what those records are, but as a young man, you see this and you want to emulate it. You see the fingernail painting. You see the lipstick, and as a man, you'll think, hey, maybe that's what it takes as a young boy or a young man. That's what it takes for me to make it. And we got to make sure we're raising our children to say, no, we're not doing that in our community. No, if that's what it means to make it, you're not making it. Okay? That means you'll never reach that position if that's what it means that you must do. Right? So now that we've seen that, people say, oh, Puffy's not gay. Jakes is not gay. Well, then we have this. How many of you all saw this footage? TD Jakes receives dance on his show by a male cop to Beyonce's single ladies.
Okay, listen, I had to slow this thing down because I was like, man, I know I'm not tripping. I'm like, it's TD Jakes the Pounder, man. His hand is in his pocket. And the movement he got going on, like, is he really getting excited about this? Like, nah, bro. Tell me it ain't so. Tell me it ain't so. But, hey, my judge, allegedly, whatever the case that came out, I mean, it don't.
So TD Jakes, with his hand in his pocket, excited with a male police officer. I mean, hey, it doesn't look like any of the male dancers I knew back in the day that danced. You know, but looking pretty flamboyant. Now this is a pastor. This is a bishop of a church with this brother dancing in front of him in a skin tight cop's outfit. Now let's keep going there.
Don't come out, but you can look at it yourself.
Hugs him, and then he goes and does a split, and Jakes has an all-out laugh. Oh, Lord have mercy. Again, okay, it's not hard to connect these dots, family. But all I'm here to do is show you the dots. You must connect them yourself. And what's going on here. Do you think this stuff just started? Now, I don't know. Somebody told me, because I live in Dallas, and that's where the Potter's house is. And they said the sign Potter's house is no longer up. They've taken it down. And there's reports, or at least, there is some things people out there saying that Jakes has stepped down as pastor of the Potter's house. I mean, that's not confirmed. I don't know if that is or isn't the case. All right. I don't know. But I have a video here. All right. More with Jakes in some of his sermons. How many of you all have heard the
swallowed up? Have you ever been swallowed up?
How many of you all have heard this swallowed up sermon? Let's hear that again.
Have you gone through a time of swallowing? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing?
Lord have mercy. And it's sad, family, because this stuff happens and all you hear is our people cheering in the background. Again, Babylon has become is mad upon her idols. And Amalek knows this. The Zionists know this. So they understand if we prop these people up into idol status, star status, we'll give them the poison to take back to their community, and their community is going to eat it up because they're stargazed with these entertainers, these industry people that we've created. We just, give them whatever they need, finance wise, materialistic wise, and they'll do our bidding. They'll be those that go back as the taskmasters to groom and shape black culture. Let's hear it again.
Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing?
All right, so it's at this point it becomes mockery. That this is, a sermon being delivered on the pulpit in the black church. But you know what happens, family? And this is why I said the reason I'm going here, because T.D. Jakes is probably the most well-known, biggest black pastor out there. If anybody else can tell me one that's bigger than T.D. Jakes, I mean, some people may say Creflo Dollar. I don't think Creflo is as big as Jakes. Okay? But let me know. But let's say hypothetically he's the biggest black pastor out there. So when you have this come out, okay, you have this come out. And what does that mean? If you can take down the biggest black pastor of the black church and you can do this to him, what does that mean? That means all bets is off for any other black pastor in the black church. It's fair game. If we can do it to him, we can do it to all the rest. And guess what? Now the black church comes down all together. Whatever's left of it. If there's any good left in these black churches out here, talking about these mainstream Christian churches, okay, they now have their patsy and fall guy that they can now use. You know, and the reason I don't get too caught up on these idols and what they got going on, because they're in that industry world, that Hollywood world, where there's a whole different rules they're playing in that realm. So you don't know what these guys are doing when they get in front of the camera and are being accused of stuff and all type of acting, you know, going on. Right? How much they've already been complicit from the beginning. There's nothing for them to continue to be used on a different angle to now attack the black church and or our community. But right now we're talking about the black church. So then it leads us to a place like this.
9, we're hearing.
It leads us here, where you have faith leaders reacting to shocking sexual abuse allegations against Mobile area pastor. Let's hear this.
Reaction after shocking allegations surrounded a Mobile area pastor and an extensive sexual assault investigation. Bradrick Vale remains in Metro Jail tonight. He faces several charges, including rape, sodomy, and sexual abuse. Investigators say he contacted his alleged victims through a Mobile church. Fox 10 News reporter Ariel Mallory got reaction from a concerned pastor tonight. And Ariel, you also went by Vale's church.
Yeah, I did, Lee. Now, no one answered the door and the lights were out. Now, Bradrick Vale's name is on the sign outside the Tree of Life Deliverance Ministry. And I did speak with another pastor who says he was disturbed when he heard these allegations.
Well, when I seen it on the news, it broke my heart, you know, because I'm a pastor also, and things like this really give the church a bad name.
Faith leaders in Mobile County are speaking out tonight after a Mobile area pastor was arrested. This is Bradrick Vale on his way to Metro Jail Sunday morning. Vale faces 3 counts of first-degree rape and sexual abuse and 1 count of first-degree sodomy. According to Mobile police, Vale was
1 account of what? What is he being accused of?
Vale faces 3 counts of first-degree rape and sexual abuse and 1 count of first-degree sodomy. According to Mobile police,
he's facing 3 counts of first-degree rape, 3 counts of first-degree sexual abuse, 1 count of first-degree sodomy. And again, this goes back to the grooming family. Because, see, these pastors, like Jake's, they must go kiss the ring, right? They must go to the head honcho to get their dues in, to be acknowledged, to have their seats, a lot of them. So these pastors are being groomed. Where is this coming from? It's the reason why you see so much scandal coming out the Catholic Church, right? Scandal after scandal. They're being groomed, altar boys. All right. So this is being handed down and through grooming, through gatekeepers. But now you can take down Jake's. All right. There's nothing else for now. The rest of these to start getting called out, exposed. You look up. Nobody believes in the church anymore. Nobody in our community believes in the Bible no more, because you have this stuff going on being called out and exposed. Not that it shouldn't be called out because it needs to be addressed. Okay. But this signals the destruction of the black church. That's what we're seeing right now.
To Mobile police, Vail was the target of an extensive sexual assault investigation with victims in Mobile and Pritchard. Investigators say multiple victims came forward and that Vail contacted some of his victims through a church in Mobile. One pastor in Grand Bay says he couldn't believe the news when he heard it himself.
You can't take one incident and blame all pastors for it. And I just pray the best for him. I pray that it's not true.
So you can't blame all pastors, which is true. But what do you think is going to end up happening? You're probably going to see this being a huge black eye on the black church to where now, again, nobody will believe in the church anymore. None of our people in the community. And hopefully this drives our people into the truth that's coming out now that, you know, churches like ours teach to come out of these harlot houses where this stuff is happening, to come into the truth, the true understanding, the true gospel.
I really don't know. I see him cutting the grass and everything. I never interacted with him, but it just blowed me away when I seen him on the news.
This was the outside of Vail's church Monday afternoon. Doors locked and lights out at Tree of Life Deliverance Ministry. Vail's name written on the sign as senior pastor and founder. Wilder says he hopes this alleged crime doesn't discourage people from putting trust in the faith community.
The church has been taking a beating here lately, not just here in Mobile, but all across this country.
No pun intended, all right? The church has been taking a beating here lately, right?
Because of the things that some of these pastors are doing. And we don't know if it's true or not. You know, you're innocent until found guilty. I'm not accusing him of anything, but I just pray that these pastors will get their acts together.
Now, Vail's bond was set at almost $500,000. Investigators say they believe there could be more alleged victims and urge people to come forward by contacting the Mobile Police or Pritchard Police Departments. Live tonight in the Breaking News Center, Ariel Mallory.
So we have some callers. I'm going to get to them. But again, family, I asked the question, right? I asked the question, will you remember when the world went crazy? Let me get to the callers. We have two callers here. We have let me see, did somebody drop out? Yeah, it looks like a caller dropped. So we have one caller, 618. Shabbat Shalom, you are live.
Shabbat Shalom. Elder said, the man is supposed to be the protector. He's supposed to cover his wife, and around here wearing rainbow colored fingernail polish. Man, I got a daughter, and I'm want to raise her up to be this virtuous woman. It speaks of in the Bible, and man, you gotta ask yourself, man, we have to really protect our children. We really do, and more so that the world is going to be even worse than it is now. I mean, everything that the Bible is talking about, the prophecies, everything is coming to light now. And it just, I don't know. When I was growing up, man, we didn't have all this technology now that they have. We had to go outside and play. And when the street lights came on, you had to be back in the house.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So I just pray that we make it, and we have to say in the Bible. Let's stay in the Bible and just hold fast to what we know.
Yes, ma'am.
So I mean, I gotta ask you a question too. What is your take on this?
In regards as far as what?
As far to in regards as man, how is there? I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I'm always the type I try to see the good in any situation, and uh, I just want to know: is it? Can we? I want us to turn this around. I don't. I don't want this to be.
Well, I understand. I understand your frustration and your desire. Unfortunately, as a whole, according to the Bible, it can't be turned around. What we can do is we can turn around those who are willing to come together in the unity of the faith and the spirit of truth. And those that are amongst us that are that remnant, we can have our community. And within our community, we establish the justice, the equity, the righteousness, you see, and we can control and dictate what happens amongst us. Now, that's not going to necessarily happen, just it's more happening on a scale of not all of us being together in one place physically. We're more so together in spirit and together in mind, spread out all over across the globe. But there will come a day when everything goes down, collapse happens, that we will be together. And at that point, we'll have the opportunity to start, implementing all of what you're saying. But when you look at our community, we're so divided, we're so lost. We're no desire for a lot of us not to want to, cleave to what the Bible says things should how they should be, and that's why the Bible says only a remnant is going to be saved. So there is hope.
Yeah, a lot of people thinking that the Bible is man-made and it was written by man, so there's nothing you can tell them. I mean,
exactly.
And like I want to tell people things, but my spirit tells me, okay, don't talk to that person. And the only reason I know that my spirit would tell me that is there's no hope. Why? Why speak to somebody that is not going to listen, or they already have their mind set what they want to do anyway?
Well, you plant the seed. As the scripture says, you plant the seed, someone else will water. Okay, you've done your job. Right? You plant the seed and you be a light. Because remember, plants need light too. They need to be planted they need to be planted in soil, and they need to be watered, and they need light. So you may not be the water. Somebody else may be the water. But you can be the light. Nothing can stop you from being the light. What is the light? That's you walking in righteousness and showing the truth according to actions. You can't tell them what it is and what it's supposed to be, and yet you're falling short and appear as a hypocrite to them. I'm not saying that's you. I'm just saying we must walk the talk. And so a lot of times how you win people over is through actions. Remember, the Jew seeketh a sign. So a lot of times our people are going to believe through seeing something. Okay, that's your actions. So you don't have to say anything. Okay, you just live the truth according to action. That's the light. And then you hope that someone else waters, and then, they'll see the light in you, and that'll win them over to the truth. Or at least start the dialogue to start asking questions. But there is hope. There is a remnant that's going to make it. But in the meantime, we have to continue to keep our swords sharpened and make sure, hey, the righteous shall be scarcely saved. Okay, so, hey, none of us, because we know what we know, guarantees us entrance in. It's every day, everyday job that we have to do to make sure we don't fall short. All right.
Yeah, I just Yeah, how's your prayer being in there? I'm not going to hold you up anymore. Thank you for the lessons that you bring, and all praise to the Most High.
All praises and bless you. Thank you for your support. Your support. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
All right. Now let's get back to our regularly scheduled stream here. Remembering when the world went crazy. What else do we have? I'm just going to go through a lot of this stuff quickly because for time, I want to make sure I cover as much as I can. Now, we spent a lot of time on what we discussed so far. We still have a lot more to deal with. So here we have, why has the Vatican chosen this precise moment to drop bombshells about UFOs, aliens, and apparitions? We talked about Project Bluebeam. And so now all of a sudden we're hearing all this alien talk, all right? Again, take heed that no man deceive you. Do not fall for the deception that's coming when they roll this out, okay? We know that aliens are demons. They're spirits. There are no planetary men. Planets don't exist. So if planets don't exist, there's no way there could be planetary men, okay? They're either righteous or unrighteous spirits that are, you know, the UFOs that we see. How many of you all heard about this? This is in continuing with the idolatry talk. So here we have another football player, football star. And what did he say? And who is this? It says what the most controversial commencement speech in U.S. history says about America. It says, I have always been a fan of Harrison Butker, but now I am an even bigger fan. So this football player's name was Harrison Butker. On May 11th, Kansas City Chiefs kicker Harrison Butker delivered what has turned out to be the most controversial commencement speech in U.S. history. During his address at Benedictine College, he expressed traditional Christian viewpoints that nearly the entire country would have agreed with a few generations ago. But expressing those same viewpoints today has created a firestorm of controversy. Enraged leftists are seething with rage. Remember that word we seen in the Hebrew Strongs? Here it is. Them being mad upon their idols. When you look at that word mad, one of those words is rage. Okay? Rage. They are demanding the Kansas City Chiefs release him immediately. So what did he say that was so controversial? It says here, the portion of Butker's commencement speech that got the most backlash were the comments he made about women being sold diabolical lies regarding their professional careers. Here's what he said. I think it is you, the women, who have had the most diabolic lies told to you, Butker said. Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world. I can tell you that my beautiful wife, Isabel, would be the first to say her life truly started when she started living her vocation as a wife and as a mother. So he made this statement that women have been lied to. Okay, women have been sold a lie to go out, chase career, spend your prime years of your life where your beauty and your ability to produce children is at its prime. And instead of doing that and being mothers, to go out and chase career, only later when you get to be 40 and your career is over, and or at least you're building it up is over. Now you want to settle and be married. But at that point, men, that's not what men are looking for. Men aren't looking for a woman that is past her prime years of giving birth to children, because high risk age at that point. Okay, that's high risk age, and you've been set in your ways. You've received a degree, and most men aren't out here chasing degrees, so you're already going to think you're superior to a man. You're going to be, feel that you're intellectually superior to a man. Okay, and all that attitude and things. And this is more so something that's plaguing the black community more than other communities, but even other communities that are in America deal with it to some degree, but not like in the black community. So what does this do? This puts a divide between man and woman. Okay. Any nation divided cannot stand. Okay. People are not coming together and having children, having marriages. When I say having children, I'm saying under marriage. Okay. And it's destroyed the fabric and culture which America was said to be founded upon. Some of those moral standards that were there decades ago are totally been eradicated because feminism has reached an all-time high. And anytime someone comes out and speaks on these Christian values, they're attacked by the feminazis, okay? By these mad feminists, okay? So what does this lead to? We talk about when the world went crazy. This leads to what we see here. Women are paying thousands of dollars to attend rage rituals. There goes that word rage again. Mad. Rage rituals where they scream and smash the ground with sticks. What is this about? Okay. What is going on here? Would you pay thousands of dollars to take part in a rage ritual which involves screaming at the world at the top of your lungs and smashing the ground with large sticks? I imagine your answer to that question is the same as mine, but there are lots of women that are signing up to do this, and the scam artists that are running these programs are making enormous amounts of money in the process. The women that get conned into attending one of these rage rituals are instructed to work themselves up into an unhinged frenzy. We saw that word for crazy earlier, unhinged. By thinking of every person who's ever crossed you, who's ever hurt you, who's ever ignored your boundaries or taken advantage of you or abused you in any way. And then they are supposed to use all of that anger as fuel as they hit the ground with big sticks. Now, I'm not familiar with this ritual, but I'm familiar, and I've heard other people, women, talk about something similar. And maybe you all have heard where you can go to a place where you get a sledgehammer and you may have a car there, you have breakable objects, and you just run through there with that sledgehammer and just hitting and destroying. And you're supposed to be unleashing all of your rage out, so that you do it in that controlled environment versus doing it and hurting somebody. And you pay money to go do that. I don't know what it's called, but I have heard women talk about this, that they go do that. And when I first heard of this, I'm like, man, I even knew a woman that did it and she ended up hurting herself because she used a sledgehammer and hit something, and the sledgehammer came back and hit her in the leg, and it almost broke her leg. Her whole leg was bruised up from the ricochet from the sledgehammer. So instead of these women, getting help, primarily with the church getting spiritual help, instead they're being targeted to hone in on your hurt and your anger and your frustration and go into a rage and let it all out. So what happens when women don't become, and again, I'm not blaming women for those out there that may think I am. I'm not blaming women for any type of hurt that's happened to them. Okay. But what we are saying is that women have been tricked to support the LGBTQ community, which is there to attack and to destroy women, a woman's nature, womanhood. And also women have been tricked into chasing after a career, right? And to where a woman should be looking for family, right? Wife, children. And I'm not saying it's easy, because there may not necessarily, you may have not had the right circumstances. Maybe there are things that have happened where bad choices were made. Okay, all that is understanding. Okay, however, we're just saying that this is how we must start to raise our children. Okay, if we have made mistakes in life, our job now as we get older is to the youth so that they don't make the same mistakes that we may have made. Not to now, because I'm single and I maybe not have the opportunity because of bad choices, that now I go and tell the next young person coming up to now repeat my bad choices. No, I tell them the truth. All right. And train them up into the biblical foundations of family. So it goes to show a lot where America has come into this mad state to where just this concept, not that a woman can't have a career. Nobody's saying you can't have a career, but your career should not be priority as a woman. Okay. Any man will tell you he's not looking for what he's looking for. Most of the woman isn't based upon her career. Okay. That's the other way around. Women should be focused on what a man is doing to provide. That should be her focus, and one of her main focuses in a man. That's not a man's main focus. A man doesn't want a woman to be lazy or not doing anything. Okay. But he's not saying, I wonder how much money she's making. I wonder what her career is and if she can, take care of the bills. That's not how what a man is thinking about. He's thinking, hey, I want her to bring forth my children so we can continue the legacy and build legacy. That's what a man is thinking. Okay. So I just want to make sure we put that out there, because again, this is what leads us to this state of madness and remembering when the world went crazy. Now, because of America being mad upon its idols, being distracted by the smoke and mirrors, what is this now led us to a place where stuff's happening and we have no clue or idea that it's happening because we're distracted. Let's talk about those things now. We've talked about this before, and I'm pretty sure over the years it's been said many, many times. Monkeypox. It's back in a deadly new form and poses a global threat. Ah, yes. Remember, we talked about the circus. Okay. How many of you all have been to a circus that didn't have monkeys? Right? Okay. You cannot have a circus with no monkeys. So, of course, the monkeypox has come back with a deadly new strain. Right? But not just the monkeypox. It says a global technocracy is priming the population for disease X, more totalitarianism and depopulation. So while we're distracted by the clowns, the monkeys are in the back. The monkeys are pickpocketing us, stealing from us, getting over on us, because we're watching the clowns on stage perform. Okay, they work together. The clowns and the monkeys work hand in hand. They work together in the circus. All right. So we've heard about disease X. And we talked about this, the bird flu. We'll talk about more of that here in a moment. Okay, but because of all this monkeypox and bird flu and the latest COVID-19 strain, the flirt strain, right? They've been talking about disease X for a while now. A unknown disease that's coming. They don't know what it is, but they already are making vaccines for an unknown disease, which I thought, according to their science, you must have the strain before you can make the vaccine. Okay, more madness. Okay. It says a global technocracy is priming the population for more totalitarian control systems, the normalization of election interference, a central bank digital currency, continuous bioweapon experiments, and much worse. Global crime syndicates is working on new diseases, PCR tests, scare campaigns, control systems, and cures. See, so a lot of people aren't paying attention to when the next rollout comes, it'll come just like it came the first time, a thief in the night, because the circus has the full attention of the masses. Greg Manarino, Scandemic 2.0 is ready. Deployment of a new vax soon. So guess what comes with scandemics? Vaccines. Now, to tell you when the world went crazy, again, they would tell you they're already working on a vaccine for an unknown disease when you have to have the strain, according to the science, before you can make the cure. Crazy. What's even more crazier is that you're not sick, but we're going to give you the disease in case you run into the disease, so that the disease we give you, your immune system will already be familiar with the disease, so that you can fight off the coming disease should you catch it, because you might not catch it. Not only that, but according to their science, these viruses mutate. So chances are that if you do happen to run into the disease, it could be a new strain, which the vaccine that you took is already outdated and isn't going to work against the new strain. Crazy. But this is what they've convinced society to believe is science. Not eating healthy, not exercise, not herbs, not let my immune system fight off whatever comes if I should get sick. Okay. And this is, again, how you know that we are in a time of no return of insanity. Right? Because then what comes? Ruling class advances its plan to produce 4.8 million bird flu vaccines. So again, they give you the problem, you react in fear, problem reaction, and what comes after the reaction? Solution. What's the solution to a disease in their world of insanity? Vaccines. Okay. So they're already getting their vaccines ready for the bird flu. Okay, because birds are getting cows the flu, and then the cows are spreading the flu to people now. From one animal species to the next. We have the barn animals now in the circus, and they're going to get rid of your chickens and your cows because they got the disease, but we're not thinking about, that's my food. So you get rid of my food. What am I going to eat? But don't worry, you don't need to eat. All you need is a vaccine, right? Notice how they're not worried about, the most important thing is the solution, not is what's in the vial. Okay. I remember it was during the lockdown, there was a hurricane, and Biden was being asked about what was the plan to help the people who were displaced during the hurricane. Like what help? What are some of the main things that we need to focus on getting them help for? The first thing Biden said is, well, we have to make sure they're vaccinated. We have to make sure we have enough vaccines, right? You don't have a pot to pee in. You have a roof over your head. You don't have food, maybe no clothes on your back. But the first thing you need is a vaccine. So what does this tell us? Remember, the world is a stage. Off Natural News scripted. new human vaccines are already developed and stockpiled for a pandemic flu that doesn't even exist yet. New vaccines for pandemic bird flu have already been developed and stockpiled by the U.S. government. These new vaccines were not designed for birds and other animals where the current strain of bird flu is spreading. Even though this strain of bird flu has not even been transmitted from human to human, there is already a new supply of H5N1 vaccines and other mRNA bird flu vaccines in the works. So they're already making the vaccines, probably already have them stockpiled, but yet there has not been one reported case of bird flu transmitted from a person to person. Only from bird, as if that's not insanity enough, from bird to person. The bird gave you the flu, okay? There hasn't been a case where it's from person to person. It says, but how do the vaccine companies know that this specific strain is going to be responsible for a pandemic flu? In order for scientists to produce an efficacious vaccine, there must be a concerted effort to manipulate the genetic code of the H5N1 virus to prepare a line of efficacious vaccines. Historically, scientists have not been able to guess the genetic mutations of upcoming flu strains and crossover viruses, hence the failure of flu vaccines year after year. In order to have vaccines manufactured and stockpiled with certainty of their effectiveness, there must have been some gain-of-function research at play. The gain-of-function research allows the vaccine industry to narrow in on the specific genetics of the target antigen so they can stockpile and prepare for mass vaccination for an impending man-made pandemic influenza. All right. So, and they're saying that there's signs, common sense signs, the bird flu has been engineered. If you ask me, the engineering has all been psychological. Okay, it's a psychological engineering. It doesn't have to exist. Okay, only thing that has to exist is the idea. Anybody that's seen the movie Inception, they said the most powerful force in the universe is an idea. Okay, once the idea has been planted in your mind and now you go get the solution, that's all they need. They don't have to create anything. Okay, you'll kill yourself, which is a lot more cleaner. You volunteered. It runs the risk of them not getting sick by releasing something that into the environment that they can get sick off of. If they can keep it contained within your body where you get shot, you volunteer for the shot, which billions of people did during 2020. That's how you get rid of people. WHO clamoring to implement pandemic treaty to gain back control and implement vaccine passports. We're going to talk about that here in a moment. Okay, and this is all mRNA technology. So before we continue, let us check a video out here. Reese report. Okay. Self-replicating nanobots found in both the vaxxed and unvaxxed. Make sure this is the right video. Yes. So they found a way to get this in our bodies, even if we don't take the vaccine. We're going to talk about that here in a moment too.
For decades, Ray Kurzweil has been an unofficial spokesman for the transhumanist movement. And in 2008, he said that humans would become infused with nanorobots, which would vastly improve the human body.
If you go out even to 2045, that's only 4 decades from now, most of our intelligence, of our human civilization will be non-biological. We're going to put this inside our bodies and brains. So we're going to become machines, but not, and if you say that, then people go, well, I don't want to become a machine, because they're thinking of machines as we knew them from the 19th century, which were much lesser than humans, and machines today are still lesser than humans. I'm talking about a new type of machine that's actually greater, more subtle, more supple, more intelligent, more creative, more beautiful than humans.
In 2010, he interviewed Robert Freitas on the future of nanotechnology, who said that nanorobots could cure aging and death.
Medical nanorobots really have the potential to extend human life more or less indefinitely. So what's your view about the role of death, and do we need death?
Death is something that is an end. It's an end to life. It's an end to progress. It's an end to thoughts. It's something to be cured. Aging is a disease.
Isn't it funny, right, how they say death is something that can be cured, but they never mention Christ. And they never talk about how death came into the world, right? Yes, death shouldn't exist, but through the fall of Adam and Eve, it came into the earth. Now, in order to get that life back, we must go through Christ, the second Adam. They never mention that. They always mention their technology is the way to cure death. So Satan has his way of you becoming immortal, and the Most High has his. Which will you choose?
It's a curable disease. Nanomedicine is the cure for that disease.
He said that this technology is expected to be deployed by 2020, and that laws will be in place to protect the public from its misuse.
I expect that by the time nanorobots are deployed, which will be sometime perhaps in the 2020s or the 2030s, we will have a whole set of laws in place.
So he said that the mRNA, the nanobots, will be deployed in 2020s, 2030s. This was in 2008. And we know what happened in 2020. The mRNA rolled out a year later, mRNA vaccine. Whoops.
Sometime perhaps in the 2020s or the 2030s, we will have a whole set of laws in place, regulations. There will be things you can and cannot do.
The laws were never put in place, but the technology was patented and deployed to billions of people without their knowledge in 2020. We know this because several independent labs have confirmed the presence of this nanotechnology in the COVID vaccines. And Bill Gates recently admitted to this as well.
Making the mRNA is really easy and really cheap, and that's the magic of this thing. But there's no doubt in the next 5 years, we can, we just need to mess around. There's a lot of...
That's the magic of this thing. Wizard, right? He told you it's magic. And he told you we just need to mess around. Or there's a saying out there, mess around and find out. Okay, it may be, hey, some people may be more familiar with it, with expletives. But you mess around and you're going to find out. So that's why he's saying we just need to mess around. You need to be an experiment. So we can mess around and find out what happens and see if, our nanobot solution works. Say that again.
Making the mRNA is really easy and really cheap, and that's the magic of this thing. But there's no doubt in the next 5 years, we can, we just need to mess around. There's a lot of lipid nanoparticles, and some are very self-assembling.
Self-assembly and self-replication seem to be the same technology when it comes to nanorobots. And this was considered to be the greatest danger involved with the use of this technology.
Self-replication causes disease. Nanorobots are inherently much stronger than biological systems being built of diamondoid. So if they self-replicate, that disease, quote unquote, could be even a tougher problem than biological disease. So first of all, what's the feasibility of self-replication in the nanotechnology world?
As a general principle, you do not want to put self-replicating nanorobots inside the human body. I suppose not everybody agrees with me on that, but that is the way I think that we can best guarantee safety. If the nanorobots are able to replicate inside the human body, that means they are using some component of the human body as food, and we don't want them to be doing that.
In his 1986 book, Engines of Creation, Kim Eric Drexler wrote about what he termed the gray goo scenario, a hypothetical catastrophic event caused by out-of-control, self-replicating nanotechnology, which consumes the biomass of the host. And this is exactly what independent researchers are finding.
So he told you that if we put the mRNA, the nanobots, in the body, we don't want to do that. Because if we do that, that means they're going to have to use what's in the body as food. So what are we seeing happening in the body? We're seeing the blood clotting, right? These huge long strands coming together, self-assembling. This stuff eating stuff in your body cells, tissue, right? But we're even seeing this in unvaccinated blood. And we know that Ray Kurzweil, we talked about him before, the singularity, when man and machine become one and they become single, which we know the Bible says that the iron and the miry clay they'll mingle themselves together, but will not cleave together. Okay, but they believe that man and machine can become single. They call it the singularity, and their way to get there is through nanotechnology. Let's see what he had to say about that.
It explains the large so-called blood clots being found in the dead, and it's spreading. Evidence shows that the vaxxed are shedding this to the unvaxxed.
How do we prevent a terrorist or someone who's bent on destruction from creating such a self-replicating system?
There will be some terrorist acts because
There will be some terrorist acts. Yeah, we saw them all happening during 2020 and 2021. The first terrorist act was they locked the whole world down behind what they told us was a code, madness. Okay. Then they emergency authorized a vaccine in Operation Warp Speed fashion, never seen before with a vaccine in a year. Madness. Okay, then they pressured everyone to take it or lose their job. More madness. Okay, so there were terrorist acts. All those involved with that are terrorists. And that's how they were able to do it, through terrorism. Okay.
That's what humans do, unfortunately. So
that's what humans do, unfortunately. Yeah, humans riddled with demons do that type of stuff. Okay, and when their daddy is Satan.
Going to be needing in this era of nanofactories is something equivalent to the fire department. Hopefully the incidents will be very few, but we will have an emergency regime which is set up to deal with that type of event.
But the event is worldwide, and there is no agency set up to put out this fire. Our governments are not even discussing the problem, and the perpetrators are planning a second round of nanobot deployment with another fake pandemic. If we the people cannot unite and stand together now, then what exactly are we? Reporting for InfoWars, this is...
And mankind, as the book of Daniel says, it will be the divided kingdom. The mankind will continue to stay divided. Why will mankind continue to stay divided? Because we are distracted by the circus. We are distracted by the show. And while we're distracted by the clowns, the monkeys are at work, right? Stealing from us, stealing our health from us, tricking us time and time and time and time again. So what do we have here next? So what does this lead to? Well, EU head calls for new brain-bending vaccines to shield people's minds, protect democracy. So what are they looking to do? You've seen it before, cut the VMAT God gene off because free speech has become a problem because, hey, free speech allows you to speak the truth and expose them. That's okay. They got the vaccines and they'll just tell you it's bird flu or monkeypox or COVID. And they'll give you the shot or you'll line up out of fear to take the shot. And this shot will take out your brain, and then you'll have no ability to be a free thinker, think for yourself. You will be then plugged into the beast, where the beast will think for you. Totally. All right. Free choice will be taken away. Free voice and free choice will be taken away. All right. So you all will have a chance to read this article where they're looking to use vaccines to take away our ability to think, control our minds. They're doing it with our children coming down with, neurological diseases and neurological conditions and Alzheimer's and all these things. Okay, it's all for your best interest. It's to shield your mind from the conspiracy theorists, and this will protect our democracy. Okay, and so I think we have another video here on that. Sonic mind control on U.S. citizens. All right, so it's all about controlling the mind.
In 2018, the World Economic Forum discussed the possibilities of mind control using sound waves. This is something that several people have claimed to be a target of. They have become known as targeted individuals.
And the sound waves, which is the frequency, is working in conjunction with the vaccine, because the vaccine is turning you into an antenna to receive the frequency. So the mRNA in your body, the nanotech, okay, the small little robots are now designed to receive the frequency as it comes in, and they're self-assembling off the frequency.
A subcommittee for Homeland Security was recently held to discuss this technology and the targeting of U.S. government employees and their families. This is commonly known as the Havana syndrome and dates back to 2016, when U.S. diplomatic personnel in Cuba experienced unexplained health problems.
Guys, if your assessments here are correct, these are very covert weapons, aren't they? They don't leave behind bomb fragments, bullet holes, etc. They could absolutely be used by our adversaries and have very low levels of, very easy to deny that they were even there, that they were used. Is that correct?
That's correct. There's no entry or exit wound. How they're designed is to make the target feel like they're crazy.
They're designed to make the target do what? Were they designed to make the target feel like?
How they're designed is to make the target feel like they're crazy.
Designed to make the target feel like they're crazy? So their whole goal is to turn the world into an insane asylum. Right? They just need to keep you distracted long enough so they can finish their plan. Right? Remember when the world went crazy?
Like they're imagining things, especially on the low duration, the low intensity, long duration hits.
Have any of you three panelists ever seen one of these weapons?
I have seen a 1991 version of the weapon, and it looks like a satellite dish with a unit this size attached to it. And of course, over the years, miniaturization has been possible. Obviously, there's a limitation to how miniaturized it can be because of the antenna size, which is always related to the wave. But still, it is something that can be well contained in the trunk of a car or even a large backpack. My experience shows that it can be cobbled together. It's something that can, a rough, crude version of this that would probably require longer exposure than the more advanced version that has been tested, as we see from this document, can be put together inexpensively. But again, I would abstain from commenting further, lest I encourage people to try it at home.
What you all are saying is there's a government cover-up of the fact that something is out there afflicting, targeting us?
The government in the IC assessment is wrong. It's dead wrong. I can't tell you if it's a cover-up, why they're doing this, malfeasance. I won't go there.
So cover-up would depend on intent. There could be good reasons to withhold information. I will say that the public statements that the executive branch is making is inconsistent with the classified record. And then it would be Congress's job as an oversight authority to determine why that is, whether it was a legitimate reason to mislead the public or because of some nefarious reason, or all the above.
Mr. Grozev said you spoke to a Russian agent who said that they believe that Americans are using these same weapons on them. Is that correct?
That is correct, back in the 80s.
Might that have something to do with part of the CIA's motive to cover up the existence of this tech and these weapons?
That is a very logical possibility.
While it was admitted that this technology is being used, the discussion was focused primarily on Russia, as if to create more incentive to escalate war with the Russian Federation. When the question of whether it has been used on the American population was raised, it was dismissed with a smile.
Are any of you aware of any reported incidents from individuals who are not members of the United States government? Domestically, I should say?
There are many people who believe they are victims of AHIs. All you have to do is look at my Twitter feed whenever I post on the topic. I only represent federal government employees and their families, so I don't focus on the accuracy of those particular claims.
There is plenty of evidence showing that the targeted individuals who claim to be victims of this were the guinea pigs in today's all-out assault on the American people. And our government is far more concerned with starting another war. Reporting for InfoWars, this is Greg Reed.
Okay, and more craziness. The craziness doesn't start there. So this month you had what was called the WHO pandemic treaty that they were looking to launch. And it says the WHO's pandemic treaty and a bird flu crisis are both arriving at the same time. Okay. So you have, they were looking to do this pandemic treaty. You had bird flu, monkeypox, COVID, new strain, all this that could potentially be disease X happening right before this pandemic treaty that the WHO was looking to launch. Okay. What is the WHO treaty? Well, it says here, WHO seeks to pass pandemic treaty to implement surveillance and control systems worldwide. Now, they would never tell us this, that this is what it's for. They would tell us it's for our best interest, that they basically, the WHO, anytime there's a pandemic, and that could be any kind of pandemic, okay? They could declare a cyber pandemic, okay? A war could break out. They could call that a pandemic. They can call anything a pandemic. And what happens is all power from all countries then goes to the WHO, and everybody is under the WHO's order. Whatever they say are the rules and the laws is what all countries now must follow. Okay, that was the treaty. There was a lot of pushback, a lot of people speaking out against it. But behind this treaty, we see the implementation of surveillance and control systems worldwide, tucked nice within their rollout of this. All right. And we're going to talk more about, I'm going to show a video on this here in a moment. What happened is the negotiations for this global pandemic treaty broke down, but there is a fear of what is next, and it may revive it. back. Okay. So it says that the negotiations have completely broken down. It says, but if dengue fever continues to rip across the globe as it has been, or if H5N1 mutates into a form that can spread easily from person to person, fear of what is coming next could potentially revive the negotiations. So they just put it on the shelf for now. Okay. People didn't go for it. That's okay. They'll bring back the fear campaign like they did in 2020 and have people beg for this treaty. Okay, it doesn't take much to scare people. Just roll out a couple news stories, show a couple white body bags, and say that there's thousands of people dying on the streets, and you go outside, look, and the streets are clear and empty. Okay, everybody will lose their minds, go mad, and beg for this treaty and everything that comes with it, like vaccine passports. All right, so let's check a video out here real quick on that. It says, stop the WHO treaty and reject the amendments.
James Roguski on Substack has been reporting on the so-called WHO pandemic treaty and its history. He has shown that its entire history is fraudulent and relies upon the people's silence. On June 14th, 1948, President Truman signed a joint resolution to sign onto the WHO Constitution. Section 2 states that 3 U.S. delegates would be chosen by the president and confirmed by the U.S. Senate. But the Biden administration has sent U.S. delegates who have not been confirmed, which makes them fraudulent. Section 5 states that in adopting this joint resolution, the Congress does so with the understanding that nothing in the Constitution of the World Health Organization in any manner commits the United States to enact any specific legislation program regarding any matters referred to in said Constitution. And so the U.S. is not lawfully compelled by the WHO. On July 25th, 1969, the 22nd Annual World Health Assembly adopted the International Health Regulations to ensure the maximum security against the international spread of diseases, but did so without a Senate vote.
The way they did that was with what they call the silence procedure. A bunch of unnamed bureaucrats agreed to that document. They gave a 9-month period for the leaders of all of the parties to reject it. And if no one rejected it on the first day of January 1971, it became legally binding. So any amendments go by that same adoption procedure. So in 2005, they made substantial changes. And for the last 18 or 19 years, we've been working off of the international health regulations as they were amended in 2005. I challenge anybody to look through the Federal Register or the Senate records to see if the Senate has ever given their consent, 2/3, either in 1948, 1969, 2005, or in 2022.
On September 30th of 2022, 94 nations submitted more than 300 proposed amendments to the pandemic treaty. These documents were withheld from the public, and when James Roguski acquired copies, he discovered the reason for this was that the disputes were all based upon corrupt world leaders of smaller nations wanting a bigger piece of the action from the U.S. after realizing the billions of dollars being made by pharmaceutical companies.
This is organized crime, and the big crime bosses are being faced by a bunch of little crime bosses who want in on the deal. They want to be able to manufacture the drugs and jabs in country so that they can control it and, inflict it upon their own population while basically profiting from the next pandemic.
And the proposed amendments to the 2005 IHR will bring this tyranny to its full potential. They want to create an international health regulations authority. They want the authority to declare a pandemic based on the mere potential for disease. They want the authority to compel new vaccines and quarantine for those who are not even sick. And they want to authorize surveillance and censorship to enforce their fraud. They also want to give nations the authority to quarantine and vaccinate foreign travelers at their own discretion.
They want to add strengthening language to enable nations to quarantine international travelers as appropriate. That is not an attack on national sovereignty. That is a ridiculous strengthening of national sovereignty that would enable each nation to abuse the rights and freedoms of foreign travelers. The local tyrants that abused your rights over the last 4.5 years didn't need any amendments or didn't need any treaty to do what they did over the last 4.5 years. So the core battle is still local.
You can find these documents at stopthetreaty.org and rejecttheamendments.com. They view our silence as consent, so we must stand against them and speak out.
So this is the WHO pandemic treaty. Okay, what they're looking to accomplish here with that, and they're not finished, trust me. They just put it on hold. They will be coming back. Okay, because we see them pushing all this fear out there for the next pandemic, the next mystery disease, disease X. So something that we have to continue to pay attention to, but on to more craziness here. So within this, you also have climate change. Okay. Wrapped within all this, you can never leave out the climate change. So what do you have happening in Ireland? You have climate change cult targeting livestock. Okay. Northern Ireland slaughters cows at a younger age to comply. So again, any excuse, whether it's the bird flu being spread to cows to get you to kill the cows. Okay. It's the cows are causing, the carbon in the atmosphere, which is causing the crazy weather we're having. Okay. At the end of the day, what happens? What's the solution? Your food supply being destroyed. Okay. No dairy, no beef. All right. And they've even come out and told us what this is all about. Climate professor Bill McGuire tweets that culling humans is the only way to prevent a climate breakdown. So what people have to understand, because you may think, oh, well, that's just the cows. If we have to get rid of cows, that's fine. I can be a vegan. Understand, it starts with the cows. It starts with the chickens, but it ends with you. Because if they're putting out carbon, you're putting out carbon. And the only way to prevent this climate breakdown, we must get rid of people. We must do what they've always said over the years for various different reasons, the population. Okay? The population is the way to go. And what are we seeing right now when it comes to climate change? Something I want to deal with on this, because they have to sell you that there is climate change in order for you to go with the solution. So I don't know. We talked about it. I think the last live stream, all the tornadoes happening across the Midwest and in this country. Well, if anybody's been keeping track, especially for those of you who are in Texas, know that the weather in Texas has been off the chain here recently. Some of the most crazy weather with tornadoes and all of that Texas has seen in a long time. And we're going to go into the why here in a moment. We have some people who were without electricity for many, many days. People's roofs ripped off their house. I know in Houston, downtown Houston, there were windows blown out of commercial buildings downtown Houston. I mean, unheard of stuff happening in Texas. You never hear of that type of stuff happening in a downtown major city in really anywhere, but especially in Texas. Let's check out this real quick. And we're going to go into some articles.
severe storms that slammed into North Texas this morning have left a path of destruction and mayhem. The Forney Fire Department confirmed significant damage at North Forney High School, while the National Weather Service reported extensive damage in Louisville, including downed trees, collapsed structures, and power lines ripped from their poles. It's a scene of utter devastation that has left residents reeling and authorities scrambling to respond. As the storm tore through the region, they brought with them a dangerous mix of high winds, heavy rain, and even tornadic activity. Tornado warnings were issued for several counties, including Henderson and Van Zant, as the system barreled eastward. The impact was felt far and wide, with reports of damage and power outages stretching from White Settlement west of Fort Worth all the way to Henderson County in the east. The video you see is an example of the raw power and destruction unleashed by these storms. Those sparking power lines are a frightening reminder of the danger posed by severe weather and the importance of staying safe and informed during these events.
So this was going on all night. Many nights here in Texas where you had power lines, tree branches falling off and breaking off and taking down power lines, leading to people's electricity being out. Again, roof damage, roofs being torn off of people's homes. Even the Sprouts down the street that I go to, the whole shopping center, the whole strip of stores, different types of stores, one of them being the Sprouts, all without electricity. And, they have a lot of their inventory was, you go back here, they're still trying to recover from, the electricity being out, a lot of the dairy being spoiled, a lot of their perishable things being spoiled, and, not having anything on the shelves. Okay. Let me pull this up here real quick and show you all something. Okay. Real quick. And this is how they convince us that it's climate change and we need to do something about this. And what will happen is people without electricity, without food, because these things are happening, people just want a solution. So this is how you more easily convince somebody to take the solution. Okay, well, you say, what's the solution that they have for climate change? Well, we talked about the climate change lockdowns. They got more stuff coming with this climate change narrative. But here we have this article released May 15th, before this storm happened, before these storms really happened and electrical grid went down. They gave out a warning. Texas grid issues alert for potential power emergency. Okay, so now they're starting to say that there are expected that the grid is going to reach emergency conditions because too many people are using electricity. Now, here's the thing I have to say. All right. The grid has been fine for decades for people using electricity. Why now all of a sudden is it a problem for people to use electricity? That the grid can't handle the capacity, but they want us all to move into these cities though. Right? They don't want you living out in the country. They say, "Oh, you need to move into the city," but yet you can't even keep the lights on. Right? Before this, what did they tell us? Before this, back in April, they told us that Texas is running out of electricity. Now, how do you run out of electricity if it's being generated from coal? Okay, so we're getting all these reports being released about the electrical grid running out of capacity, being stretched too far. And the reason why I think a lot of these outages are not necessarily caused by the weather and that they're just hitting a switch, because this same Sprouts I'm talking about, I was in that same shopping center at a different store, and this was during a time where there were no storms. This is like back in March or February, I think. There were no storms. and the electricity went out for a time. And I think it was during one of these times where they were talking about that there could be an outage. Okay. So the storm, right? When you see these storms, it just gives them an excuse now. Not that there aren't, branches and stuff that fall, but they can always use the storm as an excuse to say, oh, well, the electric's down. When it wasn't the storm, it's the person behind the scenes flipping the switch to turn the electricity off. All right. You're hearing this talk about the solar storms, the sun flares and all this stuff. So they just need somebody to blame when they do what they're going to do. They need something to blame it on that you say, well, that's out of our control. That's a God. What do they call that? Like a I forget the exact term, but like a God disaster, right? So something we have to keep an eye out on, and this is what we told people: get you a generator, preferably solar. So when the next time the lights go out, there's a shutdown, whatever the case is, you're not left in the dark. We've seen this happen in was it 2021, 2020 in Texas when the winter storms came through, and we didn't have electricity for days, but it was like 15 degrees outside, and it was freezing inside without any electricity. All right, so this is where this is headed. Just so people understand and know, this is where this is actually weather warfare. And no sooner than the tornado season comes to an end, they're going to release the remake of the movie Twister, called Twisters. So again, Hollywood always working in conjunction with our reality and what's happening in reality. So when you go to the movies or you watch this, you can get the programming to accept the reality. And I'm willing to bet a lot of money that in this movie, I guarantee you that climate change is mentioned in this movie, right? They gotta mention the climate change so that you get that programming. But when I talk about the weather warfare, all right, they've told us that this is weather warfare. Here, for you all who have not seen this movie, Geostorm, back in 2017.
We can control our weather.
Okay, I'm going to show the trailer here in a minute. It says when the network of satellites designed to control the global climate starts to attack Earth, it's a race against the clock for its creator to uncover the real threat before a worldwide geostorm wipes out everything and everyone. Okay, so they're not bashful of telling you what they have the power to do. They put it in movie form, so you'll just write it off as Hollywood. It's just a movie. Let's watch this trailer real quick.
Thanks to a system of satellites, we can control our weather.
Something is wrong with the weather satellites. Afghanistan? Hong Kong. This isn't a malfunction. We need to find out who's behind this.
Geostorm. Experience it in IMAX.
All right, so if you haven't seen that movie, check it out. They're telling you they have the ability, they're flat out telling you, they have the ability to control the weather through satellites, which we've known for a long time. HARP and other technologies they have, okay, that they're using with this weird weather happening. This is not normal weather. This is not climate change. Do not fall, right, for the deception. And then within that, you have this. At the same time, you have these crazy tornadoes and storms, right? Let me go. The reason I went to the Trump articles in the first place at the same time they're having these storms, you're having a trial with Donald Trump, with the person who it's in regards to, whose name is Stormy. Coincidence? Right? Stormy. All right. This is how their magic works. This is how, they really drive home their magic and get the results. Okay. Through sorcery. And they put it right in your face and mock you. So that's what I went here for. And come to find out, at the same time, Trump was found guilty. So I wasn't expecting that there was going to be a verdict at the time, but also there have been more than 1,000 earthquakes in California and Nevada in the past 7 days. Is the big one coming? Okay, scientists have warned us that California is way overdue for a major earthquake and that the big one could literally strike at any time. All right, so we heard, the scriptures tell us about earthquakes in diverse places. Earthquakes being part of the 12 parts, being one of the 12 parts in 2nd Baruch. All right, so this is more of their controlled man-made disasters with the fracking and their HARP weaponry. They're causing these earthquakes to happen. Okay, and this is all part of climate change. This will also be lumped in as far as saying it's climate change. And they've already told you what comes with the climate change. Your food supply first must go, followed by you. Right? And at the same time, they want to use these vaccines to control your mind. For those that are left alive will be controlled. All right, this is the playbook. They just need to keep people distracted a little while longer with the circus. More craziness. Okay, more craziness. We're coming to an end, starting to wrap things up on the home stretch of information here. Let me see, make sure I got not missing anything. Okay, yeah, not missing anything here. So now, so we're watching a circus. We have all this happening behind the scenes. Vaccines, the disease X, the climate change. But what about the economy? Well, you have a restaurant apocalypse starting to sweep across America. So while we're watching the circus, all of our restaurants are being shut down. Okay? Again, Babylon the Great is fallen. We're mad upon idols and they're taking away our food. Okay, not only is this bad for our food, but it's bad for our economy. And, not that restaurants are the best places to eat, but hey, there's still something that we may be able to get out of these food places. So let's see what's happening as in 2024, what they're deeming as the restaurant apocalypse sweeping across America. Okay, because a lot of people aren't spending money right now because of inflation. It says Americans under the age of 40 love to eat out, but these days most of them are experiencing financial stress, and this is having an enormous impact on the restaurant industry. Okay. See if it gives us okay, here we go. After closing 46 restaurants last year, Applebee's has decided to close another 35 locations this year. And remember, this is all happening after the lockdown. A lot of these, a lot of our economy and these businesses, because remember how many businesses shut down during the lockdown? Okay, a lot of mom and pop spots shut down during the lockdown. They couldn't operate, but Walmart could be open. Home Depot could be open, but not the small spots. So they ended up just having to shut down and go bankrupt. Some of these other chains, these big corporate chains now are feeling the effects from the ripple effects from that lockdown with inflation and everything else. Applebee's, Boston Market, at one time almost had 1,000 locations all over the U.S., but now the entire chain is about to go belly up. So they've recently declared Chapter 11 bankruptcy, so you're about to say goodbye to Boston Market. Restaurants are raising their costs. I don't know if you all are noticing how everything is going up. I know since 2020, my insurance for my car has gone up $100. Not all at once, but in increments. Remember this last time when I got my car insurance renewed, it was like $30 or $40 more than it was the previous cycle. And now within 4 years, that's $100. And that's without getting in any type of wrecks, being a good driver. Usually you'd be a good driver, your insurance would go down. But now it's like, okay, being a good driver don't mean nothing. I can only imagine you getting a wreck. You're not going to be able to afford insurance. So it says, we have reached a point where the vast majority of Americans just can't afford to eat out on a regular basis. Needless to say, that is really bad news for fast food chains like McDonald's. Okay, at one point, McDonald's was there to serve the middle class families. Okay, and we're not telling people to eat McDonald's, but yet and still, as big as McDonald's is, when middle class of families can't eat there anymore, that's a sign. Okay, regardless of what, we can debate all day long what they're actually serving in there. Okay, but at one point, people were eating there, and now they're not. That's all we need to see is a sign, and it might be a good sign that people aren't eating there anymore. Okay, remember when you could eat a $5 meal, the extra value meal, $5, you could get the 99-cent menu. No more. No more 99-cent menu. No more $5 extra value meals. Okay, so even fast food now has become unaffordable. It's unaffordable to feed you fast death. Okay, and there's a lot more restaurants that are going down. I saw a list the other day of many, many others closing down a lot of their stores. This is just the beginning. And then what else do we have happening? Not just restaurants. The U.S. economy is so bad that even dollar discount store chains are closing down. So what do these dollar discount store chains pride themselves on? Everything being $1 or somewhere around $1. Well, hey, when inflation happens, no more extra value meals, no more dollar stores. Okay, it's getting to a place where you're gonna have one place where you can go and get your food and your resources, like a Walmart or a martial law. Okay, so the 99 cents only announced it's closing down every one of its 371 stores after several decades of selling discounted goods. The company is blaming the closure on a variety of economic factors, including inflation, shifting consumer demands, and the pandemic. See, the pandemic was more than just vaccines. It's the Great Reset. Everything must be reset. Your economy must be reset. Your religion must be reset. Your bodies must be reset. Your way of thinking must be reset. Your spending is about to be reset, and how you spend. The Family Dollar, Dollar Tree, has recently announced it will be closing almost 1,000 stores, with 600 locations set to close this year and a further 370 going out of business when the store lease expires in the next few years. This will represent roughly 15% of its total location. And this chain has been steadily raising its prices during the last few years. So it's not unusual for dollar store prices now to exceed $5. They said cutback in SNAP benefits have been a big problem. Higher labor costs, expensive leases in the face of increasing minimum wage laws, growing rents are also making it tougher to stay in business. Okay, especially when everything is going virtual. You have bigger chains that you're in competition with, like Walmart and Target, that are going to drive all these smaller chains out. The big warehouse chains, Costco, are going to drive all these small stores out of business until everything becomes one. So a shift is happening. We also have here, Bidenomics is the beginning of the end for the U.S. economy. Remember what we heard? Build back better. Before him, Obama said, yes, we can. And then we were promised Bidenomics. Well, this is your Bidenomics. This is what they really meant by Bidenomics. Destroy the economy, right? And then let Trump come in and bring in the mark of the beast. So they work together. Okay? They work together to bring about the end game while making you think they're divided, fighting amongst themselves, and keeping you entertained at the same time. Okay? So they're definitely going to provide you the entertainment. We have the gap between the rich and the poor is larger than ever, and frustration is growing to a very dangerous level. Okay, so the middle class basically being destroyed, and you're going to have your rich or your haves, and you're going to have your peasants or your have-nots. Okay. And what is this leading to? Not only the end of the American dream, but also rampant poverty and rampant homelessness are fueling rampant theft and rampant violence in major U.S. cities. So you're starting to see, because of this, people being put out, no home, no food. Hey, it was a song one time, broke ninjas make the best crooks. So thievery now, to survive, okay, on top of that, you're competing with these migrants being brought in here, shipped in here, and you're rubbing elbows and fighting with them for survival. Well, here comes the rampant violence and theft. Okay, this is the sign of a sodomite society. And what do we tell people in a sodomite society? Hide your kids, hide your wife. Because the sodomites, hey, when people have nothing left to lose, they lose it. And what is this also bringing about? The mass exodus to red America. So all your blue states, all your liberal states, this is the liberal zones where all the migrants are being shipped into, like your California and your Chicago and your New York. These are war zones. Okay, these are hellholes. These are third world living conditions starting to take place in these blue states. Okay, the reason why they made a long time ago Escape from L.A., the movies Escape from L.A. and Escape from New York. And so what are people doing? They're fleeing into the red states, which is causing what? An influx of competition in these red states. The cost of living going up in these red states because more people living there now. Speaking of mass exodus, I want to get a scripture here real quick. When it talks about people fleeing into these red states. And this is just so that we understand prophecy, because we talked about enduring the collapse of America and how we must endure for a time before we flee her physically. right? Give me 1 second here. When you go to the book of Matthew, chapter 10, it talks about the persecution that will come. All right. We talked about the anti-Semitism bill that they've just passed, where it's going to be illegal to call out the synagogue of Satan. It's going to be illegal to profess Christ, or it's going to be considered anti-Semitism. Okay. They should deliver you up into synagogues. But what else? Within this, it tells us, Matthew 10 and 23. But when they persecute you in this city, flee ye into another. All right. So that's what enduring the collapse of America looks like. If you're dealing with problems in one city or state, whether you can't get a job or it's crazy crime, all right, things are breaking down around you, it then becomes time to move around into another place. That's what Christ was telling the disciples. They persecute you, and listen, if you can't get a job, if your landowner's kicking you out of your house or your rented space to bring a migrant in, okay, and if you're renting, they have the right to do that. Okay, you might think I have a lease, or listen, they can break that and kick you out and bring in someone else, or they can move in. That's persecution. When they persecute you in this city, flee ye into another. And that's what being a pilgrim is. So we have to get ready for pilgrimage, to where when it's not working out in one area, hey, call up the leaders. I need to get into a new area where there's a church. I can get a job there. I have family there, whatever the case is, right? Get into another place where for a time you'll be there and you can sustain. And then it's going to come a time where, hey, that place is going to break down and you're going to have to move again. When they persecute you in this city, flee ye into another. For verily I say unto you, ye shall not have gone over the cities of Israel till the Son of Man be come. So what Christ told the disciples, you're going to have to flee all over the country, all over Israel. You're going to go in every city trying to avoid persecution, trying to survive, underground, running for your life, trying to survive until I return. Okay. So it's not just a thing where we get up, we go to the wilderness, it's paradise, it's vacation, and then Christ comes and we're saved. All right. Just so people understand. So it's a lot of enduring that comes with all that, right? We have to endure the collapse and be ready to live like pilgrims. And then with the collapse, with this economy, poverty, all this stuff breaking down, what do we have? Comes next? Well, once the money collapses, there has to be a new way to do money. On to the next craziness we have here. Neuralink receives FDA approval to implant brain chip in second patient. Now, tell me if this ain't crazy. Okay, if this ain't crazy, the next crazy piece here. Didn't we just last broadcast go over an article where Neuralink first in human brain implant has experienced a problem? So they've experienced a problem May 8th. And here it is. 3 weeks later, they're already ready to get the second person chipped up with the Neuralink. Crazy. But this is what they must do now as the economy's breaking down, for their rush to have the digital hardware for your body prepared and ready to go for the cashless system. All right. And who's the main one of the main people behind all this? The muskrat. Billionaire Elon Musk says AI will eventually replace nearly all human workers. So this is the same man that told us with AI, we're unleashing the demon. Right? We know demons are aliens. So the AI or the alien, the demonic intelligence. Okay. So AI is about to take over everything. More and more people are using it. And the jobs that once went to people to do, now AI can do. So for instance, if I wanted to do like some video editing for, let's say this broadcast, instead of hiring somebody to do that for me, now I can just put it into an AI system, a chat GPT or the like, and it will do all the work for me. Okay, if I need to run a business and I need, different systems managed and monitored, well, don't hire a person to do all that when you can just buy the program and have the AI do it all. You see how people are starting to be replaced? So now you're going to see these computer systems running themselves with no people around. Well, what's going to happen to the people without the work? Well, we've seen it. They already have the reasoning to get rid of people. Climate change. Okay, people must be cooled off. They have the wars coming up. People are going to be depopulated in the wars, through the famines, depopulation. Okay, so they're already getting their systems in place to take over. Once the system collapsed, they're going to have a few people that they're going to keep, according to the Georgia Guidestones. What did they say? 500 million people to keep, nature in harmony. We got to depopulate 90% of the Earth's population to keep things in harmony. Well, in order to get the hardware ready, which is the Neuralink, what must you do first? We are being warned that nanobots will be flowing through our bodies by 2030 and will be used to connect our brains to the internet. Okay, so we talked about the nanotech earlier, right? The nanotech. And we talked about how the unvaccinated are showing this self-assembling nanotech in their bodies, and they didn't take the vaccine. How is it getting into our bodies? Okay. We're going to go into that with the video here. I don't know if it's mentioned in this article. Okay, but let's go to the video here as we start to close out. How will they get the nanobots? Of course, smart dust, biosensors, and chemtrail dispersal. So here's how they get the nanotech in the unvaccinated by 2030. Of course, the vaccines have the mRNA in it. They're also putting it in the food, in the water. It's coming through the chemtrails into our food supply. But let's check this video out here. All right, more craziness.
For decades, those with eyes to see have been aware of chemtrails in our skies. And for decades, we were called conspiracy theorists. But in 2016, while serving as director of the CIA, John Brennan admitted that chemtrails are real at the Council on Foreign Relations.
Another example is the array of technologies, often referred to collectively as geoengineering, that potentially could help reverse the warming effects of global climate change. One that has gained my personal attention is stratospheric aerosol injection, or SAI. a method of seeding the stratosphere with particles that can help reflect the sun's heat in much the same way that volcanic eruptions do. An SAI program could limit global temperature increases, reducing some risks associated with higher temperatures and providing the world economy additional time to transition from fossil fuels. This process is also relatively inexpensive. The National Research Council estimates that a fully deployed SAI program would cost about $10 billion yearly.
In 2007, it was announced that nano-sized particles, known as smart dust, can be dispersed over the battlefield via aerial spraying. The military has contracted several multinational corporations to develop wearable biosensors. Biosensors and smart dust can become something known as body dust that can spread inside the human body as an active network, capable to provide telemetry from inside the body for the use of monitoring humans. There is a patent for using polyethylene glycol derivatives as a way to modify the weather, the same substances used in the COVID-19 lipid nanoparticles.
So the same thing that they use to modify the weather when they spray, to show you that the spraying is multifaceted as far as what it can do. Not only does it is it used in the COVID shot, the same materials for the nanotech, but it also can be used to control the weather. More on that here in a moment.
These polymers can be integrated with biosensors and soft robotics for smart materials that can be modified by external stimuli. Soft robotics is a subfield of robotics that utilizes compliant materials rather than rigid ones, such as the hydrogels found in the experimental COVID shots. DuPont is manufacturing elastomers for fast-moving soft robots and have developed the fastest DEA-driven soft robots ever reported, designed for biosensing, interacting with biological entities, and actuating on a cellular level. In her recent article, Smart Dust, Biosensors, Polymers for Geoengineering, and the Multinational Corporations that Manufacture Them, Dr. Anna Maria Mielchia points out that these are the transhumanist technologies that will be giving AI enormous amounts of data, as Bill Gates said, to understand 100 trillion organisms. She also points out the important fact that the elastomers being fabricated by DuPont for this soft robot technology are made of the exact same chemicals found when analyzing the messegens, a compound that displays liquid crystal properties, found in targeted individuals. And they appear to be the same compounds she found in the blood of the vaxxed, as well as the blood of the unvaxxed, which appear to be the same structures used as part of electronic circuitry in self-assembly nanotechnology. Smart Dust is a system of tiny microelectromechanical systems that can detect light, temperature, vibration, magnetism, or chemicals. They are operated wirelessly on a computer network, can be used for medical or military surveillance purposes, and can be dispersed through the air via chemtrails, which would greatly go unnoticed by the sleeping masses who have come to accept them. When combined with the Messagen soft robot technology, which has already been found in several blood samples of unwitting victims, they could create a means of monitoring and controlling the entire human population. Reporting for InfoWars, this is great.
All right, so the smart dust, where have we seen that before? How many of y'all remember this document that we've showed many, many times? The NASA document that came out, this was what, 2001? And this document came out. The Future Strategic Issues, Future Warfare, circa 2025. And what does this document say? What does this document tell us? The bots, Borgs, and humans welcome you to 2025 AD. So they're already telling us 2025 is the year that they're planning this, what they would call, huge step in the singularity of merging man with machine. Just so happens to be, it's a new president, at least the way it's supposed to work. We'll see if that happens. It is inaugurated in January 2025. All right, they're selected 2024 in the fall, and then they're inaugurated January 2025. And then we go into this new era that even the Alice Bailey was talking about, right? What did she call it? The externalization of the hierarchy, where they're going to introduce you. Okay, they're going to introduce you to the hierarchy. Your chiefs, not your Kansas City Chiefs. They're not talking about Indians. They're talking about the chief spirits. When they talk about the Kansas City Chiefs, your Super Bowl, continuous Super Bowl winning team. Okay, and the reason why the Vatican now is coming out saying expect to see aliens soon. All right, now within this document, I believe if you come down to what page is that? I think it's like page. Is it page 38? Here we have it. This is 2001 now. On page 31. Uncontrollable self-replication. All we've been hearing about is this self-replication. Even Bill Gates has come out, admitted now, of brilliant robots and nano replicators. So they're telling you what we just saw in the video and the article. All right, how they're going to bring about the cyborgs. Okay. This is the software now being laid in the body to receive the hardware. Let me find one more thing here. Wanted to bring out of this. They talk about nanotags. Okay, and they also talk about the smart dust. 2001, NASA was telling you the future warfare was going to be fought with smart dust. How they get the smart dust out? Spraying in the air. Some sensor swarms. So they're swarming us through the chemtrails, the smart dust. Floats in air currents. And at the same time, they have nanotags placed on everything, everywhere. Identification status info. They even have this explosive smart dust opportunities where they can even make it explosive. Microdust weaponry. A mechanical analog to bio, micron-sized mechanized dust, which is distributed as an aerosol, there's your chemtrails, and inhaled into the lungs. Dust mechanically bores into lung tissue and executes various pathological missions. Wonder what those missions are. A wholly new class of weaponry, which is legal. So they've legalized this weaponry against the citizens. So the reason I also wanted to come here is because you have this crazy weather going on. So a part of their ability to control the weather and cause the geostorm is through the geoengineering. So them spraying the chemtrails with this stuff in it, this smart dust and the nanotech, not only does it control the weather and can cause these crazy storms to happen, but notice what's happened for a lot of people. I don't know how many of you all, but a lot of people got sick during this time over the past month, 2 months during these storms. With weird, what you would think are allergy, sinus allergies where your sinuses are draining, head colds, chest colds, and they linger. This stuff lingers for a time where people, they'll feel better, but it's like you can't shake it. It lingers on for weeks, if not months. Okay, where you're up and down. Some days you feel good. Some days you kind of you digress to feeling bad again. It's back and forth, back and forth. And I believe that it's because this micro dust weaponry, this smart dust, is being sprayed, and this stuff is making us sick because it's boring. Like it says here, it's mechanically boring into the lung tissue and executing various pathological missions. Okay, and we've talked to people and about our health, and what we've told people. We've talked about the kinase. So you have the lumbrokinase or the seropeptase. You can get that. Okay, it's an enzyme. It's designed to break stuff down in the body. So any type of like biosynthetic, like your nanotech or your spike protein. Okay, this stuff's supposed to break all this stuff down in the body. So if you're sick, you've been dealing with, these symptoms and you can't shake it, lumbrokinase or the seropeptase. I know some people may have the nattokinase, but the natto is from soy. So I try to stay away from, soy if all possible. But the lumbrokinase is a silkworm enzyme. The seropeptase is a silkworm enzyme, and I think the lumbrokinase is an earthworm enzyme. So it's like a bacteria. Okay, kind of like ivermectin. It's a bacteria designed to seek out parasites and destroy parasites. It destroys inflammation in the body, because inflammation is a what's it called? It's basically like a lipoprotein. So lipoproteins, spike proteins, all these things encapsulated in proteins and liponanoparticles and all this. The kinases or the ACEs, lumbro and seropeptase, are designed to break this stuff down. Take this stuff, I would say take it, regularly as a maintenance, maybe a few times, a week out of the month. If you're fine, just in case if you're, breathing this stuff in, get it out the body. So it doesn't accumulate. As it accumulates in the body, it becomes stronger. Okay. And so it's another reason why, our health is very key right now, eating properly, regardless if it's, in our food supply, you still want to eat healthy. It's not an excuse to now eat the bad food. Okay. Still eating healthy is going to go a long way. And I believe we may have had one more video to conclude here. Let me see. Okay. So, yeah, should have played this one earlier with them looking to the EU calling for new brain-bending vaccines to shield people's mind, protect them from in order to protect democracy. So what they're basically saying is they want to cut off the God gene. Okay, they want to destroy the frequency with us in the Most High, so we cannot connect with the heavenly realm to get instructions, to communicate, have the Holy Spirit. Cut that off, and now in replacement, the frequency you'll be receiving, okay, the channel you'll be receiving is the beast channel. You'll be tuned into that frequency being controlled there. All right, that's this whole nanotech, agenda. The whole reason for this. So let's check this out, and we'll conclude here with this video.
More than 100 years ago, Rudolf Steiner wrote that in the future, we will eliminate the soul with medicine under the pretext of a healthy point of view. There will be a vaccine by which the human body will be treated so that the human being cannot develop the thought of the existence of soul and spirit. He would be extremely smart, but he would not develop a conscience. And that is the true goal of some materialistic circles. A viral video which claims to be a leaked 2005 presentation to the DoD by American geneticist Dean Hamer shows a man briefing a room of men about the VMAT2 gene, the God gene, and how it can be suppressed with the use of vaccines.
Excuse me, on the left over here, we have individuals who are religious fundamentalists, religious fanatics, and this is the expression, RT-PCR, real-time PCR expression of the VMAT2 gene. Our hypothesis is that these are fanatical people, that they have overexpression of the VMAT2 gene, and that by vaccinating them against this, we'll eliminate this behavior.
In 2002, former news anchor Ryan Harper claimed in the San Francisco Chronicle that he created this video as a short film, but has provided no clear evidence to substantiate this claim. And if it is a hoax, then it appears to be disinformation. False information deliberately spread to employ strategic deceptions to advance political, military, or commercial goals. Because in 2009, Dean Hamer lectured at Marlborough College about this same subject.
Well, it turns out at least one gene that's involved in spirituality has now been identified. It's one of many different players. The next slide shows it. It's something called the vesicular monoamine transporter number 2.
And in 2004, Hamer published the book The God Gene: How Faith is Hardwired into Our Genes, wherein he argues that a variation in the VMAT2 gene dictates one's openness to spiritual experiences, and without it, we cannot feel God. Not only is this information accurate, but it appears to have been deployed. In a recent article by Dr. Ariana Love, it is shown that this technology has existed for years. The VMAT2 gene is a protein that carries several vital neurotransmitters to synapses in the brain. It basically controls the central nervous system. Deleting it, known as a knockout, would greatly reduce these neurotransmitters, creating an endless list of chronic health issues. VMAT2 deletion is accomplished using the SLC18A2 cDNA ORF clone, where cDNA is complementary DNA, which is used in human cloning and genetically modifying an organism. In 2013, Supreme Court judges ruled that cDNA added to target cells in the human genome makes a person patent eligible. And there are patents for using this to genetically edit the human VMAT2 gene and delete it. This can easily be done using simple CRISPR technology and is even sold online. In a 2020 study on mice, VMAT2 gene deletion caused schizophrenia. In a 2022 study, it caused Parkinson's disease. In the American Journal of Human Genetics, a study on deleting the VMAT2 induces an intellectual disability syndrome in humans. It causes autoimmune disorders, cerebral palsy, type 1 diabetes, and several other illnesses. Begging the question, as Dr. Love asks, how long have pharma and the government been reducing our humanity through VMAT2 knockouts? VMAT2 deletion also causes fearfulness, psychiatric disorders, cardiac arrhythmia, cancer, and accelerated aging. While it's unlikely that these sadistic mad scientists can cut us off from God, they are definitely doing their best to murder us. Reporting for InfoWars.
Right. Cut us off from God. Cut us off from the Most High. So if that ain't crazy, I don't know what crazy is. Right? As we round off and come to the conclusion of our remembering when the world went crazy. And I want to go to a scripture here for you all and leave you with a scripture before we finish, because I know for, again, bringing this information out, for some people, it could seem, overwhelming. It could seem like there's no hope. We know in the book of Jeremiah 30, it talks about Jacob's trouble, and it says, but he shall be saved out of it. If Matthew 24, Christ says, if he didn't cut short the time, no flesh would survive. Okay, so we know that there's going to be those that survive out of this, right? But we also know that there's going to be those that die in Christ that will be resurrected first. So our job is to make sure that we are doing the work of the Most High, keeping the commandments, in the vineyard working. Okay, as long as we're doing that, we are hedged, protected, and safe, regardless if we live or die. We resurrect if we die to eternal life. Okay, that's what we have to remember in all this. So while you're working, understand you're protected, whether you live or die. Understand that. Remember that. But also, with bringing this information out, I wanted to come here to Isaiah 33, verse 6, where it tells us here, and wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of thy times and strength of salvation. The fear of the Lord is his treasure. So I came here to show people that a lot of the stuff we're bringing out is giving people insight, making them, put them in the know, giving them knowledge. Okay. And with that knowledge, you hope to develop, have the Holy Spirit so you can develop the wisdom to know how to navigate. Now you know what you know. So that in itself is empowering. Knowledge is power. So having this knowledge, knowing what's going on, you now are equipped and empowered to fight in this war. So that, if nothing, is something that we can give all praises to the Most High for knowing, so that we know knowing is half the battle, but knowing now puts us and has us equipped now to fight this fight that we're in, this warfare that we're in. Right? And then it says here, the fear of the Lord is his treasure. So as long as we fear the Most High and we don't fear the stuff we're seeing that's happening, that stuff shouldn't fear us. We know about it. It empowers me that I know. Now I know how to fight. Okay. And see, what happens is by us knowing, who that really puts in fear is Satan, because he's not expecting us to see it, know it, digest it, connect the dots, put all the pieces of the puzzle together. And by us being able to do that, now he's trembling and in fear, because he understands the power we gain by knowing and exposing him and seeing his plan for what it is. See, we're supposed to be asleep, not knowing, under the spell, right? Being destroyed under the spell. But once we break free of that and know he's the one that's scared. Okay. And as long as our fear is toward the Most High, he treasures that. We are his treasure. Okay. So the Most High is not going to forsake his treasure. So these are the things that we have to remember. Wanted to leave you all with those words of encouragement to continue to stay fighting. Like Paul says, continue to fight the good fight, right? The fight of faith. Continue to put in the work, stay working, stay busy, and understand within that you're protected. All right. And so I want to bid until next time here on Friday Night Sabbath, coming out of Babylon for the Gathering of Christ Church. I want to bid you all a higher bless, a higher speed, and leave you with this question. Will you remember when the world went crazy? Love y'all. Shabbat Shalom, family.